ऑन करना चेक
I would request our Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of the India Today Group, Mr. Arun Puri, to kindly come on stage for the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and the cricket legends who are sitting with us. Welcome to Salaam Cricket. The India Today Group normally organizes conclaves centering around politics and business. But as we found these days, there is more politics and business in cricket and in business and cricket. Sorry, business and politics. Cricket also now matches India's other passion, Bollywood, for star power and entertainment. Cricket is a sport, but it is also a performance, which often has us absolutely mesmerized. And the cricketing stars are as big as the top Bollywood stars with their huge followings. That apart, a year ago when the god of cricket, Sachin Tendulkar, decided to bid goodbye to the game, we thought, how best could we pay tribute to such a legend in the grandest possible manner? To do this, we organized Salaam Sachin, a cricket conclave in which we got nearly all the top cricketers and persons associated with Sachin to talk about him. And thus, the cricket conclave was born in India Today Group. We got such a response to that, such a great response to that we decided to organize another Salaam Cricket Conclave, so here we are. The focus of this conclave is World Cup 2015, which is just 4 months away. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may say so, we have today, although there are kids present here, but I'll still say it, an orgy for cricket lovers. There's a cycle in cricket, as in politics, on who's on top of the game at a particular moment of time. In the mid-70s, the West Indies, who won the first 2 cups, 75 and 79, had an iron grip on the game. By the mid-80s, Australia had begun to challenge this order, signaled by their win in 1987, the first World Cup to be played in South Asia. Australia would go on to be the only team in the running at the 1999, 2003 and 2007 Cups and set benchmarks that still hold. But this was also the time when South Asia announced its presence. India had a surprise victory in 1983 and began to take commercial ownership of the game, if it's not its highest sporting prizes yet. Imran Khan's Pakistan gave a great account of their vast innovations in bowling and the dashing batsmanship by taking the title in 1992. Sri Lanka won by the charm and sheer self-belief. They literally trashed the rule book on how to mount a run chase in 1996 and got the cup for their effort. India lifted the cup in 2011, establishing itself as a superpower of the game. By now, the Indian Premier League had completed the process of shifting cricket's center of gravity to India. Now, India will defend the World Cup title with expectations of the sort we have never seen before. The stakes are the highest for the present champions. Whether they're able to retain the cup or not is what we'll be looking at all day today. What better way to discuss this than to have with us 7 World Cup winning captains. All World Cup winning captains except the defending champion Dhoni will be here. This is the first time in history that we'll see all the winning captains on the same stage. Dhoni, as you know, was caught up with the India-West Indies series, while the series was dramatically called off last night, but the team had fixed travel plans. Dhoni's not here, but he will be discussed to see whether he's the best one-day captain of the world or not. I watched the World Cup final in 2003 at Johannesburg, 20 years after Kapil Dev got the trophy for us in 1983. India were in the finals under our tiger-like captain, Sourav Ganguly. Unfortunately, we lost badly, and Australia, under the captaincy of Ricky Ponting, won the trophy. Today, they're both here with us today. Similarly, the one who began it all for India, Kapil Dev, the 1983 World Cup captain, the one who had dashed Clive Lloyd's dream of a West Indies hat-trick, are also here together to relive those moments. Treading on the path that Kapil Dev etched for us, two more Asian teams, Sri Lanka under the sparkling captaincy of Arjun Ranatunga and Pakistan under the legendary Imran Khan, got the trophies as well. They too are with us today. Imran Khan, the man who changed Pakistan's cricket forever. He brought a suave flavor to the raw, rustic talent of Pakistan. He did not just give Pakistan, but to world cricket, the power of belief. He deserves a special thanks. The cricketer turned politician is sitting in Dharna in Islamabad, but joins us this day via video uplink to make this effort of ours an even bigger success. I'd like to thank Imran personally. We also have with us today two former Pakistani captains, Izamam Al-Haq and Amir Sohail, who were part of the World Cup winning team. The conclave would be complete if we do not mention the Thunder Down Under with Alan Border and Steve Waugh, two champions who taught Australia to dream. The special moment will be when Alan Border and the original Little Master of India, Sunil Gavaskar, share their experiences. We all know about the Border-Gavaskar trophy that continues to be played by the Australians. In all, there will be 13 captains in the day-long session. 13 topmost cricket captains of the world will share their special moments and memories. However, the memories of the man of the series, the 2011 World Cup, Yuvraj Singh, frame a very special story of how he fought cancer to be back in the field. As we all know, it was during that tournament that Yuvraj felt the first pangs of the disease. We also have the naughty boy of Indian cricket, Harbhajan Singh. To add to the star cast is another stunning spinner, Piyush Chawla, part of the 2011 World Cup team, and he will narrate the story of that year's victory. I hope you will all enjoy the company of the cricket legends in this day-long historical meet. I'm sure at the end of the day, you will all feel like winners, and we would have figured out on how to bring the World Cup back home to India. Thank you once again for coming. Enjoy.
Four months from now, it will not just be the cricket teams, but we as cricket fans who will be feeling the pressure of the World Cup. So let's find out what is the pressure of the World Cup all about. And for the first session of the day, I would like to invite the consulting editor of TV Today Network, Rajdeep Sardesai, on stage.
Thank you very much. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to be here in the presence of so many legends of the game. To think that there are on one table 6 or 7 World Cup winning captains in itself is a unique day for cricket and indeed for television in this country, to have all of them coming together on one platform. And all of them have had to deal with one word, which is pressure. So let me welcome right at the very start 4 champions of this game. I want to start with someone who has the unique distinction of having won the first 2 World Cups, someone who is a legend in this part of the world, who I saw as a young boy score a magnificent double century at the Wankhede Stadium, the one and only West Indies captain of perhaps the greatest ever team that the world has ever seen, Clive Hubert Lloyd. Let me then welcome someone who also is very special to this part of the world, because the first World Cup that was played in India was in 1987, so he obviously has very happy memories of this part of the world. Indian bowlers don't have happy memories of him. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Alan Border. The first World Cup in Pakistan across the border was won by another very special cricketer, and to think that I'm just going to check whether each one of you has a mic. Great. We're going to start the session with the use of the word pressure. It's an 8-letter word, but it often makes the difference between winning and losing a World Cup. And I'm going to start with the oldest man on our panel, because he won the first World Cup. Because the general feeling, Clive Lloyd, was the West Indies team in 1975 and 79 was so good that you didn't have to deal with a word called pressure. You were just too good for the rest. And you were seen as the cool cat. That's how you were called. They called you the cool cat. Were you as cool as the world believes you were?
Well, talking about pressure, we had a lot of pressure in the last couple of weeks here, actually. But I think in 1975, we weren't the top dogs, and I think Australia was a better team. They were the better team, and people probably thought they would be, the winners of the trophy. But I think we gelled together in the sense that most of our players, we started here under my captaincy, and that's why I have a sort of great affinity with India. And we gelled together rather quickly. And a lot of our players played county cricket, and they got accustomed to playing one-day cricket. So really, we weren't that bad a side, but we weren't the number one side. So the pressure was on, and I think the game that really brought it home is when we played Pakistan, and we needed 65 to win, 14 overs to go, and the last pair in. So if you talk about pressure, that was pressure. I drank about 15 bottles of pale ale, actually.
You drank 15 bottles of?
Pale ale, because my accountant, funny enough, came in the dressing room and he said we were going to win. And he said, oh, well, I've decided that you will win this game, and he put some money on it, I presume. And we came through in the end, so I was quite, sort of pleased about that. And we thought from there on in that we wouldn't lose the trophy, because it was a very sort of tight situation.
I presume I shouldn't be asking you what you were drinking after you won the World Cup, right?
Well, there's a lot stronger stuff than that.
A lot stronger stuff. Okay, great. Likewise, Alan Border, winning that World Cup in India in 1987. It was a tough time for Australian cricket. You hadn't won anything for a very long time. You hadn't won a World Cup, and you were struggling as a team, and yet you come to India and pull off a remarkable win. What is it that takes one team to win a World Cup? Is it about who handles the pressure, or is it simply about who's the best on that given day?
There's no doubt there's a unique pressure involved in playing in a World Cup, because it only comes around every 4 years. It's growing in stature. Every World Cup that's been is getting bigger and bigger. So there's different pressures that come with playing in a World Cup, because as a player you might only ever play in one World Cup. So it's and that one chance to show your skills and play in such a big tournament. So when I think back to 1987, we were very much an underdog team, very young side. A very young Stephen Waugh was in that group that we brought to India. We were a bit fortunate in that a lot of the players that played in the 1987 World Cup had toured India in 1986. So we were a little bit accustomed to the conditions that we were going to face in 1987. And we were quite fortunate in that year in that we sailed under the radar a fair bit because of a very young side, unfancied. And the thing that I do remember very strongly is we had a very good preparation. We were in Chennai for about a week, 10 days before the first match. Our first two matches were in Chennai. So we were able to get accustomed to the conditions pretty quickly. And we had a fantastic first game against the hosts, India, where it was a one-run victory. And the momentum just built from there.
Is it more difficult? Do you think the pressure is more on you when you play in India than any other part of the world? Is India unique in that sense? You're faced with 60,000 people, not a single one cheering Australia. Is it much more difficult to handle pressure in India than any other part of the world?
Look, it's the fervour of the cricket fans here is second to none. I don't think there's any, but I think there's probably more pressure on the host nation, India. The expectation is so high. So when I think about the World Cups I played in 1992 in Australia, there was probably more pressure because you are the host nation, so the expectation is higher. But certainly in this part of the world, there's unique pressures because the expectation from the crowds is so high.
Actually, Arjuna Ranatunga, you were the first captain to win a World Cup, in a sense, in the host country, because Sri Lanka was one of the co-hosts of the 1996 World Cup. And as Alan Border says, pressure is probably the greatest on the host country, which is why host countries often find it difficult to win a World Cup. India won it, of course, in 2011. Was there greater pressure on you because you were playing in the subcontinent? Or were you just happy that you were playing the final in Pakistan and not in Colombo?
I think we were the underdogs when we started the tournament. No one expected us to win a tournament and take from 1975. Not a single time we could qualify for the second round, not even the semis or the finals. But we had a lot of plans. We did a lot of homework before the tournament. But we were very lucky that Australia and West Indies didn't play the first round. So I started with 4 points. So I knew that I was in the quarterfinals straight away. And the only time we realized that we were a really good side when we came to Delhi, beat India in Delhi. That's the time all these youngsters realized that we have a very good chance in the World Cup. And coming back to the pressure part, once again we played the quarterfinals in Pakistan, semis in India, and finals away in Pakistan. So we never had the pressure sort of thing created by the Sri Lankans.
No, because whenever anyone saw Arjuna Ranatunga on the field, you seemed very relaxed. It almost seemed that you were, on a Sri Lankan beach at times. You never seemed agitated. I never saw you getting agitated once or twice, maybe on a cricket field.
I think you should ask that question from my colleagues. They will give a different answer, but I always wanted to keep cool. I never put pressure on the other cricketers. I always absorb pressure. And what I did, I wanted to get 100% or the best from the other players, and that's what exactly I did.
Your body language was very different to Arjuna Ranatunga. Arjuna Ranatunga always looked very cool on a cricket field, and Saurabh Ganguly from time to time always looked agitated on a cricket field. Was that pressure getting to you, or was it simply the way you were? What is this word pressure? What does it really mean?
You spoke about body language and quite different from Arjuna. In India we always hear this word that India is a sleeping giant. And at times I felt with my team that with so much of talent, they were a sleeping giant and I had to wake them up. And I'm not that sort of a person what you see on a cricket field. Off the field I'm a completely different laid-back person, but I had to get the team going because there was so much talent in that side. And it never delivered at the right time, especially overseas. So, it started from the tour of Australia in 2001 when Steve came down, and I realized that suddenly if the side's pumped up and if the side's fighting, we look a much better side than if we are just allowed to India.
Steve Waugh is here, so we're not going to talk about the instance where you kept him waiting. We'll probably ask him that, about a toss which you actually kept Steve Waugh waiting, and you didn't come. Was that part of trying to get the pressure on the other side? Was it a deliberate tactic to get under the skin of Steve Waugh?
No, I was searching for my blazer. It was lost somewhere in the dressing room.
That's a bad excuse. He's laughing. He doesn't believe it. After all these years, he's not going to believe that you kept him waiting on a cricket field because you were not giving him your blazer.
It's 14 years. I've forgotten the reason. It's been 14 years now. And it's always been great to play with Steve. He's been such a champion. And to see him bat and see him win games for Australia has been really fabulous.
But let me ask you specifically about pressure. 2003, Mr. Puri spoke about that match in Johannesburg, the final, which we lost. And many believe we lost it in that first hour when our bowlers just didn't, were just not, seemed to be under pressure. There were a lot of no balls, there were full tosses, there were wides. Was it pressure? Is a World Cup final particularly about pressure?
Yeah, it is. And I think we were under pressure right throughout the tournament. I remember after the first game, we managed to beat, I think, Holland. It was a very close game. And we heard back in India that stones were thrown at the houses, the windows were broken, cars were broken. So Indian cricket team goes through this all the time. It's not the first time and it will not be the last time. And I'm sure something will happen before the 2014 World Cup, 15 World Cup in Australia as well. So we are used to this pressure as Indians. And over the years, I've seen that if there's a little bit of a shake-up with Indian cricket, they do well. You see what happened in England. We lost the series 3-1, and then there was a bit of a shake-up. Everything was changed. And in a week's time, we looked a different side. So we Indians at times, I think, react to pressure because it's a part and parcel of Indian cricket. You have to deal with at all stages of their life. On a Monday, you'll be the worst team in the world, and 2 victories. By Saturday, you're the best team in the world. So we deal with this, and we've got used to this.
So pressure is greater in a sense on an Indian team than a Sri Lankan team, a West Indies team, and an Australian team, possibly.
Yeah, possibly because a lot more exposure, a lot more media, a lot more people interested in the game. I'm sure there will be pressure on those countries as well, but somehow I get a feeling that there's a bit more when India plays.
Is that true? Do we all agree with that? Alan Border, do you agree? Pressure is greater on an Indian team because, this is our number one sport. In Australia, at least you have a few other sports that you guys are good at.
We have football as well.
We have football as well, says Saurav Ganguly, but we are number 150 in football. So let's not get football in it. Yes.
I remember talking to Mohammed Azharuddin one day, and I was talking about, the pressures of being the Australian captain and the expectations, etc., and he said to me, Alan, you should try being a Muslim and captaining the Indian cricket team. That's pressure. So it got put in perspective because I do understand this country is so passionate about the game of cricket that cricket team than other national teams.
Do you agree with that, Clive Lloyd?
Well, I think we have...
Just before that, Clive, let me say that just to take on Alan Border, maybe being a Bengali and an Indian cricket captain is just as difficult.
Is that right?
Possibly, but go ahead, yes.
Yeah. I think when you look at our situation, there's pressure there because cricket has been the one sport that we've been very successful at over the years, for probably over 80 years. And the point is that we have 20-odd islands with different cultures and different backgrounds. See, India has one country, Australia has one country, England one country, Sri Lanka is one country. We spread out. So it's very difficult to get people together and work as one. So it's very difficult and it's a lot of pressure because you were representing quite a lot of people from different islands with different backgrounds.
Is that true of Sri Lanka? Yes.
I'll talk about pressure in Indian cricket. I was captain in 2000. When I just became captain in 2000, I would come back from a game in the evening and I would be scared to open the television because there used to be a channel and a show used to go on. So every time I would switch the TV on, I would close my eyes, that I would miss that by trying to flick through the channel, hope that doesn't come on TV. And my mother-in-law asked me one day, what is it about that show and you? Why do they keep hammering you all the time? And as an Indian captain, you have to deal with that most of the number of times.
So do you believe captain should not watch television? You should not watch Aaj Tak when the World Cup is on?
No,
is it bad news to be watching a cricket channel when the World Cup is on because you feel the pressure even more then?
No, it was in Aaj Tak, and I'm sure my friends in Aaj Tak know which one I'm talking about. And that was very special. And, I would really actually be scared to open the TV at 7 o'clock in the evening.
No, I remember that program. I won't mention the program, but...
It's good to know that he has such good rapport with his mother-in-law.
That's right. But Arjuna Ranatunga, did it benefit in that sense to come from a smaller country? That you had fewer, the crowd support was perhaps less frenzied than it is in India. And that enabled you to be a little bit more relaxed.
I think one good thing is that people back home understand the game much better. I think they are not so crazy as the Indian public. And the important part is they treat cricket as a game rather than a religion in this part of the world. And I personally felt now that it's getting a little out of hand, I think after winning a World Cup, then a 2020, people are expecting the Sri Lankans to win as much as possible. But coming back to the pressure subject, I always feel the team who absorb pressure properly will have a better chance of winning. That's what if you take from 75 up to now, the team which has won the World Cup has absorbed pressure maybe by one or two players, maybe by the 11 players. And that's a key factor. It's all about absorbing pressure and try to release the pressure in different ways.
Let me open this to the audience because I think there are lots of people who will want to know how do quality players deal with pressure. But before I open it to the audience, Steve Waugh, let's clear this incident that Saurav Ganguly, created with you. That tour of 2001 to India was a bit of a tough, bitter tour in many ways. But there was this one instance where you were kept waiting by Saurav Ganguly for the toss. Only one? Many years later now, do you believe that Saurav Ganguly deliberately did it to put the pressure on you instead of the pressure on the Indian team? Now you can come honest. It's 13 years have gone.
Can I be honest, can I? Is it working?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. You have to ask Saurav that question. Look, it wasn't that big a deal, really. I mean, it's been played up over the years. After all, it was just a toss. A couple of times Saurav was a bit late, but as he said, he probably had things to do in the change room and had to last-minute changes with his side. So, look, it was no big deal. It was played out. The press loved it. It got bigger and bigger, the issue. But at the end of the day, it was a great series. It's probably one of the best series I've played in. Even though we lost that series 2-1, I have no regrets. It was fantastic cricket. And, the toss, I mean, it's over now. At the end of the day, I think we should have done a watch deal together.
Blessing days for West Indies cricket and one of the best days for Indian cricket. The day we won that 1983 World Cup. Did pressure get to the great West Indies team that afternoon at Lord's?
No, the point is that I think that you played much better than we did in that day. And that happens in one-day cricket. Who plays well in the day? Who gets the team that gets all the disciplines right? I think we might have been a bit complacent, 183. Probably if it was 283, we might have had a different attitude. But I think India did play well, and I compliment them on it, because what happened then, it gave them that lift where one-day cricket was concerned. They realized that they can do well in the shorter form of the game because they were always good at Test cricket.
So are you admitting now, 31 years later, that overconfidence killed you that day?
Well, it could be. It could be there, and then we just didn't play well on the day. Because if you bowl a side out for 183 and you have 60 overs to make it 3 and over, so it is not a situation where we had to go hell bent for leather. I think we played very unintelligent cricket during that day, and India was better by far against us on that day.
Do you still get nightmares of that day?
No, we've won a couple of World Cups before. We've won other things. It's just that you win some and you lose some. That day, India played much better than we did.
Okay, India played much better than you did in 1983. One or two more questions from the audience. Yes, Mr. Ravi Chaturvedi, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Clive, I understand your pressure. Being very closely associated with West Indies cricket since '76, the point that you were making and you could not make out, there are 21 islands in the West Indies and they form a West Indies team. Now coming back to the pressure, perhaps Rajiv hinted, but he did not convey it. And my feeling, and whatever I read about the final in the Caribbean press, gave me a feeling that the West Indians that day in the final were overconfident. And about Viv's particular shot, which was caught by Kapil Dev on Madan's bowling, it was said as if Viv was in a hurry to catch a boat back home. This is the usual saying we have in the Caribbean. So we in India got a lot of feeling that you were very overconfident. Now coming back to the pressure question, to all the captains, I would like to say, I think among all the captains that I have observed over the years while playing cricket, Arjuna has been one who has been very calm and calculative. He has been, when I find him in this national dress today, he symbolizes the same thing for which the Sri Lanka stands. And I have been, एक minute. I have been in touch with most of these teams as a local manager also in Delhi, with Richards, with Mr. Clive Lloyd, Arjuna Ranatunga, and also with Mr. Alan Border. And this I took up particularly this job. I wanted to study the behavior pattern of the players in the dressing room and outside. And I found out the two teams which were working on the day one, match by one, analyzing everything and improving upon, was the Australian team of Mr. Alan Border and the Sri Lankan team of Mr. Arjuna Ranatunga. I want to ask particularly before I ask Clive Lloyd about the 21 islands and the pressure, Arjuna, what is that you have in your psyche to remain so calm?
Okay, let's put it simply. Let's put Ravi's question simply. Is there something about Buddhism? Is there something about Buddhism that makes you so calm? Are you telling all this audience maybe we should all convert to Buddhism if we want to remain calm in our lives? Is there the Buddhist in Arjuna Ranatunga that makes you calm even when you are captain? You're ready to convert to Buddhism. Go ahead.
I think you should not ask that question from Steve and Ricky. They will tell me whether I'm calm or not. But generally, I come from a Buddhist family, and I have been going through most of the processes. But it's not the Buddhism. It's all about how you cope that particular day. When you take the 96 World Cup side, we had one greatest cricketer in my side, that is Arvinder. We knew that if he is going to perform, that we have a pretty good chance to win a tournament, which he did, and he was very keen to perform from the time he got into the field. And we knew that that was the last time we will have a better chance of winning, because the next World Cup was in England. Then by the time to 1999, most of us will retire. And we had 5 senior cricketers. I think we were the most experienced side on that particular tournament. We had something like 900 and close to 1,000 one-day games experience, which none of the other teams had. Now if you take the present sides, they have something like 2,000 one-day games experience. But that particular side, I personally felt that with the experience, with the seniors, and what Clive said, that particular day we played much better cricket than Australians. They were a better side. They were target to win the tournament, but I'm sure that we played a little better cricket.
Alan Border, do you want to convert to Buddhism? Is there something about the Australian character that enables you all to handle pressure better than others? Many believe that the Australians are better at handling pressure than most. Is there something to that, or do you believe this is just imagination?
Look, we've got a very tough upbringing with our domestic cricket in Australia, so therefore, you're used to playing cricket under pressure. But I don't think I'm personally a very calm, cool type character out in the cricket field. I do react and get agitated. So maybe I do have to convert to Buddhism just to calm down a notch.
That's right. The influence of being calm on a cricket field is one way to handle pressure. Let me get just one or two more questions if there are any more from the audience. Anyone? Yes? The gentleman in the blue, yes.
A lot of people in India are still wondering how India lost as badly as they did in the '96 semi-finals. As the captain of the team which won that game, how do you look back at the way the result went? And if India had gone on and played the final in Lahore, could things have been different? Pakistan was playing at home.
I think we were lucky that particular day. I think it was slightly underprepared wicket, but tell you honestly, we were planning to bat second. We had a tournament where we were very successful of chasing. So it was, apart from Arvind, everyone wanted to bat second, but Arvind is a guy who wants to bat first even on a greenish track. And I personally feel to win a World Cup, you need a little bit of luck, which we had on that semi-finals and even the finals. Like you take the semi-finals, I lost the toss. I was praying to lose that toss, because the players wanted to bat second. The wicket may crumble in the second session, which happened in the second session, especially when India lost 2 wickets. So overall, I personally felt after getting 240, we knew that we could easily win that game if we get Sachin Tendulkar out. And when Sachin was batting, no one thought that the wicket was bad. As soon as Sachin got out, and wicket started crumbling, turning, jumping, and most of the Indian batsmen struggled to cope up with our spinners. And I think when we played here, we never had any pressure. We were playing in front of 100,000 people, and I'm sure that there were about 15 Sri Lankans. So the pressure never got to us. And when we went to Lahore, we had more Sri Lankans in the finals, and there were Pakistanis who were supporting us, and I thought that is one place we had little pressure. Some of the seniors had little pressure, but I personally felt that we coped up very well.
Let me ask, Nikhil Chopra, former India cricketer, has a question. There's a mic there, Nikhil, next to you.
Sorry, thanks. Rajiv, you said last few questions. If I could just request each one of the legendary skippers to say, 2015, World Cup's around the corner. Where do you see India's chances since we're going to be playing down under? And if there's one thing that they need to improve, what would that be?
We're going to ask that in another session in any case. We have a full session on the Indian World Cup team. So we're going to reserve our gunpowder, Nikhil, for that, because we have a long day ahead where we will ask precisely this question, who's going to win the 2015 World Cup? But I'm going to end this session by asking Saurav Ganguly that sometimes to relieve pressure, you have to take out your shirt, wear your shirt on the balcony of Lords. Was that part of relieving your pressure? One thing is about dealing with pressure. Another thing is when you actually win the match and then you want to relieve the pressure, is the best way to do that, remove your shirt.
And all I can say is that you make mistakes in life, and that was one of the mistakes I made. So, but happiest side of it is that we were on the winning side. We lost a few finals before that, 3 or 4 finals, and it was getting a bit frustrating. We lost that game also. We were 150 for 6, chasing 325, and then went on to win the game. So it was a bit of a satisfaction and a bit of a relief as well.
Is that the best mistake in your life in terms of the fact that your fans seem to quite like the idea that there you were?
I think the best mistake in my life I made was when I got married.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
And the rest is...
And basically handling marriage is as much pressure as handling the captaincy of Indian cricket.
Yes, for the first 5 years, but then after that, you take each other for granted. So at the end of the day, there's one dialogue in life which Shah Rukh Khan said that end mein sab theek ho jata hai. So in everything in life, end mein sab theek ho jata hai.
Okay, end mein sab theek ho jata hai. Well, all of you had great ends to your World Cup campaigns. 1987, 75 and 79, 1996, and even 2003, which was a memorable campaign for the Indian cricket team. Pleasure talking to all of you and know your views on handling pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, Saurav Ganguly, Arjuna Ranatunga, Clive Lloyd, Alan Border, give them a big hand. Okay.
So you've spoken a lot about pressure. Now is the time to perhaps let go of that pressure. There's a little bit silly, there's a little bit of a point in what he says, but that's the silly point. I would request Vikram Sathia to please come on stage.
Thank you for the loudest round of applause I've ever received in my life. Well done, shabash, shabash. Huge round of applause for all the legends of the world cricket. Come on, you can clap louder. Come on, Delhi, shabash. Well done. 10 years back, I made my debut with Indian cricket. Unfortunately, nobody noticed me because of Mandira Bedi. But I don't feel too bad about it. Bishan Singh Bedi also complains that 16 years, 266 wickets, they forgot me also. So you should not feel bad about it. Is this my point? Yeah, good. Another man who destroyed our life and the life of the co-commentator was a gentleman called Navjot Singh Sidhu. And Sidhu destroyed everybody's life, especially I thought Imran Khan is not here so I can do this joke. Imran was in the commentary box, and Sidhu was in another studio. And Imran is an Oxford-educated man, not realizing that Shakespeare is truly born in Patiala. So he said, Inzamam is a good player. I think Inzamam should come up the order. Pakistan needs him. Wait, Imran bhai! Optimist is the one who thinks bullshit is a fertilizer. Imran was shocked. It happened to Dada also once, and Dada probably did not hear that comment, but we heard on TV. Dada was doing some kind of analysis, and suddenly Sidhu said, "Magarmach kutte ko kaatta hai, magar pani ke bahar kutta bhi magarmach ko kaatta hai." And it had nothing to do with what the commentary was all about. It happened to Rahul Dravid once. Rahul Dravid is a very serious guy. When he comes into bat, I've always said that, Rahul, you've got to be a little more aggressive. You get a feeling that Nirupa Roy is coming into bat. Here's Rahul. So once Dravid reverse sweeped. Mr. Dravid, reverse sweep is like digging your nose. It feels good when you do it, but it looks disgusting when other people do it. Poor Dravid never reverse sweeped after that. So Sidhu has caused a lot of damage. But what is important is to understand that he took English to a new level. Because a lot of Indians and Pakistanis had a lot of problem with the English language. Shabir Ahmed from Pakistan, once Ravi went to him and asked him a question, he said there's a lot of moisturizer on the wicket. So it happens. But my favorite is Kapil Dev because Kapil Dev laughs at the struggles that he had when he was a cricketer. And one of the best interviews was when we were sitting in a press conference and one journalist kept on asking him, when will India produce another Kapil Dev? When will India produce another Kapil? He got irritated. He looked at me, looked at the journalist and said, my mother 65, father no more, not possible. Which I think was a fabulous way, which only the legend of Kapil Dev can do. I'm going to do a couple of questions also in between and I want you to guess who the cricketer is. And I've written a book called How Sachin Destroyed My Life. So I'll give you a copy of that as a present. Sachin Tendulkar, as we know, killed my generation because whatever we did in our life, we looked like genetic garbage. I remember scoring 74 in the under-15 game. The same day, Sachin scored 324 in the Harris Shield game, and my mother didn't even congratulate me. And because I understand that my 74 against 328 probably looked like Maninder Singh's batting contribution to Indian cricket. So we all suffered because of this. But that moment which changed India's destiny was the 1998 Sharjah, where Tony Gregg went completely berserk praising Sachin Tendulkar. You switched on the TV set, and my theory that time was Dalmia had said that the more you praised Tony Gregg, Sachin Tendulkar, increase your salary. So you switched on the TV sets. Well, it's all happening here. Sachin Tendulkar's on fire. Smashed them all over the place. What a ply. Sachin had just opened the face of the bat. It's in the air. It's got air. All those people are watching the telecast live on. Dude, the Sean will be dancing in their lounges because Sachin Tendulkar is the greatest batsman in the world. Cut to. And this is where the nation stopped. Media went ballistic. Media has covered every organ and injury of Tendulkar's body. To a certain extent, there are certain injuries Tendulkar found out because of the media. And my interview, and Sachin has subscribed to this, he's written the foreword for my book, and he always says that this interview is something that I will allow you to do. Apart from that, you can't imitate me. So this is a Tony Gregg, Sachin Tendulkar interview. Sachin always modest, Tony Gregg, master of hype. Well, Sachin Tendulkar, the play comfort level is of vital importance these one-day matches. I think you played some quality cricket out there. Most definitely, I thought the wicket was great. At the end of the day, what matters is that we play well as a team. And I thought we played better cricket than them. In one match, he said, definitely the wicket was great. Second match, he said, most definitely the wicket was great. Third match, he said, almost definitely the wicket was great. Give it up for the greatest batsman of our time, Sachin Tendulkar. Somebody talked about, Arjuna talked about Buddhism, and that, England gave us this game of cricket. I think that was a master stroke. They knew Indians are completely crazy people. They need to be constantly engaged. So England gave us this game of cricket and it completely suited the Hindu philosophy of eternity. The journey is important, not the goal. So, and that is why I think England liked the fact that we were engaged. Indians love discussion, and that's why they gave us cricket, because the maximum discussion happens in the cricket game even if the match is rained out. And always we come into discussions during those times that when will India produce fast bowler? And this discussion across commentary boxes. And we are a Buddhist, we have affinity to Buddhism, Hinduism. We don't want to make fast bowlers because fast bowler is about hitting the other guy. And that's why I like Munaf Patel, because he is trying to achieve which Rishi Ravi Shankar will not be achieving in this time. When he walks to his bowling mark, he's achieving nirvana. Here's Munaf. My friend Ashish Nehra also uses his teeth to cut through the defense. He does that. I think BCCI wanted Anil Kumble to retire as the fastest bowler in Indian cricket. That is the problem. But I think with Umesh Yadav, we see a lot of future. Huge round of applause for the new stack, Bhuvneshwar Kumar. I think they will do a lot for Indian cricket. 2 questions I'm going to ask you, and you'll get a copy of the book. Just raise your arm. Mostly these rules fail, but just raise your arm and tell me who this cricketer is. Only then you will get the prize. You got the rules? Yeah? Yes? Yeah? Is the right answer. A huge round of applause. Well done. What's your name? Virat Kohli is the right answer. Raise your arm. Yep. Shoaib Akhtar's right arm. Wasim Akram is the right answer. Huge round of applause for the gentleman there. Come on. 3 legends. Clive Lloyd had a very unique style. I don't know Clive Lloyd. Clive Lloyd, what he did was he tried to fool the opposition bowlers by showing a very composed, languid action. And there is one step that he did. I don't know whether this generation will remember. This is Clive Lloyd coming into bat. If you remember, this is a style that Clive Lloyd had. You take it from this side, little bit feet movement and out. Alan Border used to take the long back lift and everything used to go towards the gully. That was Alan Border for you. Saurav Ganguly has an optical contact lens in his eye which he adjusts to Muralitharan a little differently from Shoaib Akhtar. Here's Dada. That is Saurav Ganguly. Last question before we go on to the next session. Let me see if the young generation gets who this batsman is. Yes? Yes? Nope.
Mohammad Kaif.
Mohammad Kaif, you get a feeling somebody's put a cockroach in his body. I'll show you once again. Difficult for the younger generation to get it, but still there is a possibility. Yeah? Similar style, but no, yeah? Nope. No, Shrikant was sinusitis going wrong.
Sachin.
6 was at third man. No, Javed Mehta had more open stance. Indian cricketer. Have to get it right. Yeah? No. Saurav, for you? No. Dilip Vengsarkar is the right answer. Huge round of applause for Rashid. Thank you very much. Yes? If you want any request before we leave, start the next session.
Sachin.
Sachin? No, Sachin I showed you, no? Thank you very much. You said what, Dhoni? You know, Dhoni, when he comes into bat, you get a feeling that entire Jharkhand is coming into bat. Here's MS. Thank you very much. You've been a fantastic audience. Thank you. You shall get your gifts a little later, next session.
अब वो सवाल जिसका जवाब हम सब जानना चाहते हैं, विश्व कप आने को है, क्या हम फिर विश्व विजेता बन पाएंगे या नहीं? इसके लिए मैं आज तक स्पोर्ट्स के सीनियर एडिटर विक्रांत गुप्ता को स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी.
गुड आफ्टरनून. प्रेशर क्या है, इतिहास क्या है, जब आप टॉस कर लेते हैं उनके कोई मायने नहीं. जैसे श्वेता ने कहा, क्या इंडिया वर्ल्ड कप जीत सकता है? क्या वाकई में महेंद्र सिंह धोनी ऐसे क्लाइव लॉयड और रिकी पॉन्टिंग के बाद कप्तान बनेंगे जो 2 वर्ल्ड कप बैक टू बैक जीतेंगे? स्टेज पर सौरव गांगुली सबसे पहले, जिन्होंने रास्ता दिखाया भारतीय क्रिकेट को. Amir Sohail, 1992 World Cup winner. Madan Lal, 1983 winner. Mohammad Azharuddin,
आने वाले हैं, दिल्ली की ट्रैफिक में फंसे हुए हैं। लेकिन दादा, हर कोई यही जानना चाहता है इस वक्त कि क्या इंडिया इस वर्ल्ड कप को जीत पाएगा, क्योंकि 2011 तो भारत में हुआ, सब लोगों ने कहा कि कोई गलती है, लेकिन क्या इस बार धोनी ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जाकर वर्ल्ड कप जीत पाएंगे?
देखिए, मैं मानता हूं कि भारत वनडे टीम बहुत अच्छा है। अगर भारत के बाहर भारत का टेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस देखेंगे तो उतना अच्छा नहीं रहा है, लेकिन वनडे क्रिकेट में भारत का टीम, भारत का जो बैलेंस है वो हर कंडीशंस में खेल सकती है। देखिए, वर्ल्ड कप जाके जीतना तो बहुत बड़ी बात है। इस समय कहना मुश्किल होगा कि भारत वर्ल्ड कप जीत सकता है कि नहीं, लेकिन भारत जरूर दावेदार होगा। मैं मानता हूं कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया, साउथ अफ्रीका, उनके पास जो फास्ट बॉलिंग है, उन कंडीशंस में भारत से शायद ज़्यादा दावेदार होगा वर्ल्ड कप जीतने के लिए। लेकिन भारतीय क्रिकेट हमें बहुत समय भारत के बाहर सरप्राइज किए हैं। हमने जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जो वनडे सीरीज़ है वो जीते थे 2007 में जब धोनी कप्तान थे, और अभी हाल ही में इंग्लैंड में जीते हैं वनडे सीरीज़। तो भारतीय टीम को आप कभी अंडर एस्टिमेट नहीं कर सकते वनडे फॉर्मेट में। और मेरे हिसाब से ऑस्ट्रेलिया, साउथ अफ्रीका, श्रीलंका, भारत और न्यूजीलैंड, ये 5 टीम जरूर दावेदार होगा वर्ल्ड कप के लिए।
अमित, वर्ल्ड कप का प्रेशर डिफरेंट होता है, हम सब जानते हैं, लेकिन ऐसा क्या है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया में खेलना और भी मुश्किल है? 1992 में जब पाकिस्तान की टीम गई, इमरान खान कप्तान थे, आप तो हारते गए, लगातार हारते गए 72 ऑल आउट हो गए, बारिश पड़ गई, पॉइंट स्प्लिट हो गए, और कहते हैं कि उस शाम इमरान खान हारी हुई टीम के सामने बैठकर कहते हैं कि मैंने हिसाब लगा लिया, हम जीत रहे हैं। ये कॉन्फिडेंस इमरान खान को कहां से आ गया था?
बेसिकली ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जो सब कॉन्टिनेंट के प्लेयर्स के साथ जो सबसे बड़ा मसला है टू गेट यूज्ड टू द बाउंस। इतना ज़्यादा एक्सपोजर नहीं था सब कॉन्टिनेंट के प्लेयर्स को कि बाउंस के साथ डील करें। लेकिन बेसिकली जब आप किसी प्लेयर के पोटेंशियल को देख लेते हैं, और आप चाहे मैच भी हार गए हैं, लेकिन आपको ये पता है कि अगर ये पोटेंशियल सही तरह यूज़ हो गया तो हम लोग अच्छा कर सकते हैं। और जहाँ तक आप इंडिया की टीम की बात कर रहे हैं, अगर आप वर्ल्ड कप के चांसेस को एनालाइज करें, जब किसी भी टीम को आप एनालाइज करते हैं और उनके चांसेस को एनालाइज करते हैं, तो सबसे पहले आप देखते हैं कि इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर्स कितने हैं इस टीम में। तो इंडिया में काफ़ी इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर्स हैं। फिर आप ये देखते हैं कि कौन से प्लेयर्स जो हैं कप्तान के लिए यूटिलिटी लेके आ सकते हैं, तो दे आर क्वाइट अ फ्यू प्लेयर्स इन इंडियन साइड। उसके बाद एक्सेप्शनल विकेट कीपर बैट्समैन है, एक्सेप्शनल कैप्टन है, चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा है। द ओनली थिंग आई थिंक के धोनी को अंडरस्टैंड करनी होगी, क्योंकि बॉलिंग लाइनअप के पास इतना ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है टू बॉल इन इंडिया। और मैंने बड़े बड़े फास्ट बॉलर्स को देखा, लेजेंडरी फास्ट बॉलर्स को देखा, दे गेट कैरिड अवे इन ऑस्ट्रेलिया विद बाउंस एंड द पेस दे जनरेट, और बाउंसर करने शुरू कर देते हैं। ऑस्ट्रेलिया में बॉलर्स के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है टू फाइंड द राइट लाइन लेंथ, कि किस जगह पे आपने गेंद को फेंकना और किस जगह पे आपको करना। अगर ये फास्ट बॉलर्स अच्छा कर जाते हैं इंडिया के, then I think India has a very good chance to defend the title.
वनडे मैच आप कभी भी जीत सकते हैं, लेकिन एक बड़ा टूर्नामेंट जीतने के लिए आपको स्पीक इन द राइट मोमेंट। चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी इंडिया जीता था, पिछले साल इंग्लैंड में जाकर बड़ा अच्छा भारत खेला। जैसे आमिर ने कहा, क्या गेंदबाज है भारत के पास, क्या स्पिनर्स है जो बल्लेबाज को इतनी दे देंगे, चलो यार आप 270 रन लगा दो, हम जिता देंगे?
देखिए, ज़्यादातर जब हम बाहर जाते हैं तो हमारी जो है बैटिंग ज़्यादा फेल्योर करती है, और बॉलर्स ने हमेशा हमारा साथ निभाया भी है। और अगर आप पीछे इंग्लैंड में देख लीजिए, जो टेस्ट मैचेस हुए हैं या वनडे जो हुए हैं, इसमें क्या है कि वनडे सीरीज तो हमने जीती है वहाँ पर बैट्समैन अगर रन बनाएंगे तो मेरे विचार में क्या है कि बॉलर जो है साथ निभा सकते हैं। बाकी बॉलिंग का जो पूल है, मैं समझता हूँ कि काफ़ी अच्छा है। अगर हमारे पास अगर देखें 5-6 ऐसे बॉलर हैं, फास्ट बॉलर है, उसके साथ स्पिनर भी काफ़ी अच्छी परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, पर डिपेंड करता है। और सबसे ज़्यादा एडवांटेज क्या है भारत को यहाँ पर मेरे विचार में, बिकॉज कि भारतीय टीम जो है पहले टूर कर रही है वहाँ पे, 2-3 महीने का टूर है वहाँ पे, तो वो मैं समझता हूँ कि काफ़ी ज़्यादा भारतीय टीम के लिए अच्छा रहेगा। क्योंकि जब हम 1983 में जब हम ये टूर्नामेंट जीते थे, पर हम वेस्ट इंडीज़ में खेल कर आए थे, तो जब आप खेल कर आते हैं, 1-2 महीने खेल कर आते हैं उनके साथ, तो आप यूज्ड टू हो जाते हैं, तो उसमें ज़्यादा चांसेस है आपके परफॉर्म करने के। पर अगर हम रन बना लेते हैं तो मैं आपको दावे से कह सकता हूँ कि हमारी बॉलिंग अटैक जो है आपको लेट डाउन नहीं करेगी। और दूसरा जो आमिर ने कहा कि बॉलर्स को बड़ा जरूरी है अपने आप में एडजस्ट करना कि कहाँ पे गेंद डालना है और कहाँ पे हम विकेट ले सकते हैं। भारतीय बॉलर जो है ज्यादातर विकेट लेने के लिए जाएंगे तो ज्यादा चांसेस है। अगर वो रन रोकने की कोशिश करें, रन रुकते नहीं है कभी भी, रन तभी रुकते हैं जब आप बैट्समैन को आउट करते हैं। तो ये है कि ऐसे जैसे जो आप भारत के चांस कह रहे हैं, जैसे 4-5 और भी टीमें हैं जो मैं समझता हूं कि ये टूर्नामेंट को जीत सकती हैं।
दादा, मदन जी कहते हैं कि आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जाएंगे, आप नवंबर के आखिरी हफ्ते में जाएंगे, 4 टेस्ट मैच खेलेंगे ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, और इंडिया का टेस्ट रिकॉर्ड देखते हुए शेन वॉटसन ने कल कहा कि 4-0 से कम नहीं होगा। चलिए, इतने पेसिमिस्टिक भी नहीं होते। उसके बाद इंडिया एक ट्राई सीरीज खेलेगा ऑस्ट्रेलिया और इंग्लैंड के साथ। वर्ल्ड कप तक जाते जाते भारत वहां पर तकरीबन 2.5-3 महीने रह चुका होगा। क्या ये आसान होता है उसके बाद खेलना, या मुश्किल हो जाता है? क्योंकि 1992 के वर्ल्ड कप में भी ऐसा हुआ, इंडिया पहले गया, टेस्ट मैच खेला, ट्राई सीरीज हारता गया और वर्ल्ड कप तक सब थक गए।
नहीं, मैं आपके साथ सहमत हूँ कि थोड़ा सा लंबा होगा ये सीरीज, लेकिन जितना मैं जानता हूँ भारतीय बोर्ड ट्राई सीरीज के बाद टीम को 10-12 दिन के लिए वापस लेके आएंगे भारत में अपने घर जाने के लिए, तो उसी से वो रिफ्रेश होंगे। लेकिन इनको एक चीज़ समझना होगा कि जैसे हम समझते हैं कि लंबा टूर है, थकान होगी, टफ क्रिकेट होगा, 4 टेस्ट, ट्राई सीरीज, उसके बाद वर्ल्ड कप, लेकिन उनको ये सोच के जाना चाहिए कि देखिए ये आइटिनरी तो है, ये शेड्यूल तो है, तो हमें इस तरीके से एडजस्ट करना पड़ेगा। और मैं आपके साथ बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ, तो कहीं ना कहीं 7 दिन के लिए टीम को वापस लाना बहुत ज़रूरी होगा, जो हम आशा करते हैं कि भारतीय बोर्ड ज़रूर करेंगे, उससे ज़रूर फ़र्क पड़ेगा।
हमेशा जब बल्लेबाजों ने रन बनाए हैं भारत अच्छा करता है। क्या बैटिंग ऑर्डर सेटल्ड है? क्योंकि खिलाड़ी हैं, ये वही हैं जिनको मौके मिलते जा रहे हैं, लेकिन कंसिस्टेंसी एक सुरेश रैना ने दिखाई है, विराट कोहली अब बड़ी देर बाद फॉर्म में वापस आए हैं। क्या आपको लगता है कि शिखर धवन, रहाणे, रायडू ये पूरी तरह से वर्ल्ड कप के लिए तैयार है? अभी भी वीरेंद्र सहवाग, गंभीर और युवराज जैसे खिलाड़ियों के लिए दरवाजा खुला है?
देखिए, दरवाजा तो किसी भी खिलाड़ी के लिए खुला है, लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से ये लड़के जाएंगे वर्ल्ड कप और ये खेलेंगे। रोहित शर्मा, हम शिखर धवन, अजिंक्य रहाणे, अंबती रायडू, ये सारे वर्ल्ड कप खेलेंगे। तो अगर खराब नहीं खेलते और भारत अगर ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जाके बिल्कुल खराब परफॉर्मेंस नहीं करते, जो टेस्ट और वनडे होगा वर्ल्ड कप से पहले, मेरे हिसाब से वीरेंद्र सहवाग और युवराज सिंह के लिए वर्ल्ड कप खेलना मुश्किल है। अगर मुझे आप इस समय पूछेंगे और अगर ऑनेस्टली मैं आंसर आपको दूं, तो मुझे नहीं लगता वीरेंद्र सहवाग और युवराज सिंह आगे जाके 2015 के वर्ल्ड कप खेलेंगे, क्योंकि इतने पास जाके, जैसे महेंद्र सिंह धोनी ने अपने कप्तानी में भारतीय टीम को आगे लेके गए हैं, जैसे उन्होंने अपनी कप्तानी की है, मुझे नहीं लगता इतने पास जाके उन्होंने इतने सारे प्लेयर चेंज करेंगे। तो मेरे हिसाब से ये जो बड़े प्लेयर रहे हैं भारत के लिए, वीरेंद्र सहवाग मेरे हिसाब से वन ऑफ द ग्रेटेस्ट ओपनिंग बैट्समैन आई हैव सीन क्वाइट अ फ्यू, लेकिन एक गेम के ऊपर जो इम्पैक्ट किसी बल्लेबाज का है वो वीरेंद्र सहवाग से ज्यादा किसी का नहीं है। युवराज सिंह की जो परफॉर्मेंस है भारत के लिए वर्ल्ड कप में, 2003 हो, 2007 हो, जो T20 वर्ल्ड कप हम जीते जहां उन्होंने 6 छक्के लगाए इंग्लैंड के सामने, और 2011 वर्ल्ड कप जहां वो मैन ऑफ द सीरीज हुए, वो एक स्पेशल प्लेयर है मेरे हिसाब से। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं समय हर प्लेयर को पकड़ लेता है, और शायद युवराज सिंह के लिए इस वर्ल्ड कप में आना मुश्किल होगा। मैं क्रिकेट में नामुमकिन नहीं सोचता, लेकिन बहुत बहुत मुश्किल होगा युवराज सिंह और वीरेंद्र सहवाग को इस वर्ल्ड कप में।
आमिर, आपके लिहाज से युवराज सिंह, वीरेंद्र सहवाग की जगह है या फिर नहीं है?
देखिए, आपने ये देखना कि इनकी करंट फॉर्म क्या है। अभी जब आपने वीरेंद्र सहवाग को करंटली देखा तो आउट ऑफ सॉर्ट्स थे, इतने ज़्यादा इंप्रेसिव नहीं थे। ही इज़ बीन अ ग्रेट क्रिकेटर, लेकिन जिस तरह सौरभ ने कहा कि टाइम आपको पकड़ लेता कहीं ना कहीं आके। मेरे ख्याल में इंडिया की टीम सेटल है, आपको इतना ज़्यादा सोचने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। एक अगर अपोजिंग कैप्टन आप इंडिया टीम को एनालाइज करते हो, तो अगर आप अर्ली विकेट्स ले लो, तो इंडिया के पास कोई ऐसा बैट्समैन नहीं है कि जो को 10-15 ओवर जो है वो गेम अपने हाथ में लेके दोबारा से प्लेटफॉर्म सेट करे और टीम को आगे लेके जाए। सारे जो हैं वो स्ट्रोक मेकर्स हैं, they like to take on the ballers. Somebody in the middle of the innings, आपको बैटिंग ऑर्डर में एक बंदा चाहिए जो आपकी इनिंग्स को कैरी भी कर सकता है अगर वहाँ पे आपकी अर्ली विकेट्स गिरते हैं। रोहित शर्मा इज अ गुड चॉइस। उसके अलावा आप देखें कि आपके पास कौन सी अवेलेबिलिटी है, तो वहाँ पे ओपनर्स का काम जो है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होगा।
अच्छा आमिर, वर्ल्ड कप जैसे इवेंट में होता क्या है? एक टीम अच्छी होती है, हमने देखा कई अच्छी टीमें हैं वर्ल्ड कप में जाती हैं, जीतती नहीं। कई ऐसी टीमें होती हैं जिनको वर्ल्ड कप से पहले आप तवज्जो नहीं देते, वो सही वक्त पर जाकर पीक कर जाती है। आपकी जो जीत थी 1992 की, वो कैसे हुई थी? उम्मीद तो नहीं थी उस टीम से, जिस तरह वो खेलना शुरू किया था।
अभी आपने एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन किया था कि 2-2.5 महीने पहले अगर टीम चली जाएगी तो उसके बर्न आउट होने के भी बहुत ज़्यादा चांसेस हैं। हमारे साथ भी यही हुआ था कि जब हम लोग 92 में ऑस्ट्रेलिया गए थे तो 21 के करीब प्लेयर्स जो हैं वो वहाँ पे गए थे और कोई पता नहीं था कि किसने खेलना है और किसने नहीं खेलना।
इमरान खान एक एक करके सबको घर वापस भेजते थे।
और मियां दाद भी हमारे लिए अवेलेबल नहीं थे, तो उन्होंने बाद में ज्वाइन किया। तो बेसिकली जस्ट टू प्रूव कि आई एम वर्दी टू बी इन द पाकिस्तानी साइड, हर बंदा जो है वो एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट कर रहा था, एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट कर करके बाय द टाइम टीम अनाउंस हुई तो इतना एफर्ट मार चुके थे कि वो बिल्कुल बर्न आउट हो गए। और शुरू में जो आपके 4-5 मैचेस हुए वो रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा था कि वो जो प्लेयर बर्न आउट हुए हैं, लेकिन जब दोबारा से टीम गैदर हुई तो उसके बाद सबको बताया गया कि पोटेंशियल है, यू हैव ऑल डन वेल, तो एज ए टीम एज ए यूनिट खेलो तो आगे बढ़ेंगे। इंडिया के साथ जो बहुत बड़ा खतरा है कि अगर खुदा ना खास्ता वो टाइटल डिफेंड करें 2-2.5 महीने जाके पहले, अगर कोई 1-2 प्लेयर फेल होते हैं या हारेंगे तो अगर मीडिया पीछे पड़ता है तो वो कॉन्फिडेंस जो है डेंट डालेगा और नीचे नीचे आएगा, देन यू एक्सपेरिमेंट अ लॉट। आई थिंक जो टीम मैनेजमेंट है और क्रिकेट बोर्ड को बिल्कुल स्ट्रिक्टली कि चाहे फेलियर हो या ना हो, these are the 17 players we are going to use. फेलियर होगा या नहीं होगा, यू कैरी ऑन विद देम, गिव देम कॉन्फिडेंस, फिर जाके आपके चांसेस बहुत ज्यादा होंगे। बट अगर आपने 1-2 हारों के बाद शफलिंग और चेंजिंग करनी शुरू कर दी, चॉपिंग एंड चेंजिंग, मसला हो जाएगा।
एक चीज अच्छी हुई बदल जी, जब टीम हार भी रही थी तो कप्तान पर सवाल नहीं हुआ। हालांकि वो टीना की बात हुई कि देयर इज नो अल्टरनेटिव, धोनी के विकल्प ही नहीं है तो धोनी को हटा नहीं सकते, लेकिन शायद चंदकर्ताओं ने अच्छा किया कि कप्तान में कॉन्फिडेंस रखा। अब धोनी के हाथ में चाबी तो है, लेकिन कौन से धोनी वहां पर जाएंगे? क्योंकि उनका भी ऐसे लग रहा है कि परफॉर्मेंस डिप की है, कप्तानी डिप की है, लेकिन क्या वो इमरान खान 1992 के महेंद्र सिंह धोनी 2015 में बन सकते हैं?
नहीं, देखिए क्या है कि अभी धोनी को चेंज करने का तो कभी सोचना भी नहीं चाहिए था, क्योंकि देखिए धोनी ने हमेशा जो है अच्छा किया है वनडे क्रिकेट और 2020 में, और एक वो जो रिस्पेक्ट कमांड करता है धोनी, और एक जो सबसे अच्छी मेरे को बात उसकी क्या लगती है कि वो डिसीजन लेता है। ये सबसे बड़ी बात होती है, कैप्टन कौन डिसीजन है, किस वक्त डिसीजन ले सकता है, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। और जैसे अमित सर और दादा ने कहा कि देखिए जो पूल है आपका, ये उनको मालूम होना चाहिए, हमारे सिलेक्टर और कैप्टन को भी मेरे को मालूम होगा, मैं जानता हूं, क्योंकि ये खिलाड़ी हैं जिनमें से हमने ये वर्ल्ड कप में जाएंगे और इनको हमने खिलाना है। तो देखिए उससे क्या होता है कि एक टीम जो है आपकी बिल्डअप होती है, तो उसमें ज़्यादा चांसेस आपके अच्छे रहते हैं परफॉर्म करने में। और धोनी की अगर आप बात करें तो मैं समझता हूं कि धोनी द टोटल मैच विनर प्लेयर है। ऐसा मैच विनर प्लेयर हमें बहुत कम देखने को मिलता है, क्योंकि देखिए जिस नंबर पे वो बैटिंग करता है, वो जो नंबर है वो बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर वाला नंबर है। 5-6 मैच को या तो आपको बाहर जिताना है और या तो गेम को आपने कंट्रोल करना है। तो ये जो बातें हैं ये धोनी में सब हैं। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि इस वक्त तो वो सबसे अच्छी, जितना ज्यादा उनको कॉन्फिडेंस सिलेक्टर दें और जितना ज्यादा उनको हौसला दें तो वो ज्यादा ही भारतीय टीम के लिए अच्छा रहेगा।
दादा, आप कप्तान थे, आपने बड़ी देर कप्तानी की, और एक बार मेरी आपसे बात हुई, मैंने कहा आप युवा खिलाड़ियों को प्रमोट करते हैं, तो आपने कहा मैं उम्र नहीं देखता, मैं देखता हूं कि उस खिलाड़ी के अंदर इतना मादा है कि वो हारा हुआ मैच जिता सके, यानी कि मैच विनर। इस वक्त टीम को 11 कंसिस्टेंट खिलाड़ियों की जरूरत है, या फिर जैसे एक्स फैक्टर की बात हुई 4-5 एक्स फैक्टर वाले प्लेयर्स हों जो खुद अपनी परफॉर्मेंस से टीम को ऊपर ले जाए?
इस टीम में है 4-5 एक्स फैक्टर वाले प्लेयर। अब शिखर धवन को देख ले, जिस दिन वो बैटिंग कर रन बनाते भारत जीतता है। विराट कोहली जिता के लेके आता है भारत को, महेंद्र सिंह धोनी खुद है, सुरेश रैना जो हाल ही में मैं समझता हूँ लास्ट 6 महीने में बहुत बेहतरीन बल्लेबाजी की है। जो भी उन्होंने किया, अपने गेम को चेंज किया, हमने T20 वर्ल्ड कप से देखा कि उन्होंने अपने गेम को एक आगे लेके जा चुके हैं। उनके लिए जरूर टेस्ट होगा ऑस्ट्रेलिया, क्योंकि उस कंडीशंस में उन्होंने रन नहीं बनाए, लेकिन इस भारतीय टीम में ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं जो अकेला मैच जिता के ले जा सकते हैं। आमिर फास्ट बॉलिंग की बात कर रहा था, हमारी स्ट्रेंथ कभी फास्ट बॉलिंग रहे नहीं है। हमारे पास ना वसीम अकरम, वकार यूनुस, इमरान खान ऐसे फास्ट बॉलर्स नहीं रहे। हमने अपनी बल्लेबाजी से उसको मेकअप किया है, और भारतीय टीम में ऐसे बल्लेबाज हैं या ऐसे इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर्स हैं जो गेम को जिता के ले जा सकता है। जो भारत के लिए सबसे ज़रूरी चीज़ होगा कि अपने आप पे विश्वास करे कि इन कंडीशंस पे, जहाँ पे तेज गेंदबाजी होगी, जहाँ पे बाउंस होगा, वहाँ पे अपने बल्लेबाज परफॉर्म करेंगे।
लगता है आपको कि पिचेस वर्ल्ड कप में इस तरह की होंगी, टिपिकल ऑस्ट्रेलियन पिचेस होंगी, या फिर जिस तरह से आईसीसी अब कंट्रोल करता है, वो चाहेंगे कि नहीं बाउंस थोड़ा कम हो, बल्लेबाजी के लिए अच्छी हो, क्योंकि इंडियन मार्केट भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है?
नहीं, मैं समझता हूँ इंडियन मार्केट इंपॉर्टेंट है, लेकिन आप पिच के कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स आप चेंज नहीं कर सकते। थोड़ा बहुत कर सकते हैं, आप सोच सकते हैं कि नहीं रन्स हो, लेकिन ऑस्ट्रेलिया में पिचेस ब्रिस्बेन हो, मेलबर्न हो, सिडनी हो, वहाँ पे एक अलग सा बाउंस होता ही होता है। साउथ अफ्रीका में भी होता है। तो इस चीज़ को आप जो इनकी जो कंडीशंस है, इनकी जो डे इन डे आउट जैसे क्रिकेट होते गए, वो आप ज़्यादा बदल नहीं सकते। हमने चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी में देखा इंग्लैंड में विकेट कितना घूमा जब हम दोनों गए थे वहाँ पे, और हमने टर्न देखकर चौंक गए कि मई में इंग्लैंड में इतना स्पिन कैसे हो सकता है। तो कंडीशंस ज़्यादा चेंज नहीं कर सकते और करना भी नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं मानता हूँ इस भारतीय टीम में वो क्षमता है कि वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जाके भी जीते, क्योंकि हमारे पास ऐसे मैच विनिंग प्लेयर्स हैं।
आमिर, कहते हैं ना कि घर के अंदर आपको अंदाजा ज्यादा रहता है बेहतर कि मेरे पास क्या है क्या नहीं, लेकिन कई बार घर के बाहर आप खिड़की से देख लेते हैं, आपको बेहतर दिखता है। आपके लिहाज से भारत की सबसे बड़ी ताकत और भारत की सबसे बड़ी कमजोरी?
आई थिंक एट टाइम्स ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस, और जिस तरह भी सौरभ ने कहा कि हमारे पास हमारी कभी भी स्ट्रेंथ नहीं रही फास्ट बॉलर्स की। हमारे पास कभी वसीम अकरम या ये बॉलर नहीं आए। वसीम अकरम, वकार यूनुस और ये जो लोग जब आए थे, ये बहुत ज़्यादा रॉ थे। इनके पास टैलेंट था, लेकिन वो वाली एबिलिटी नहीं थी कि दूसरी टीमों को अपसेट करें। इनको टाइम लगा थोड़ा, और उसके बाद इमरान खान की लीडरशिप में इन्होंने बड़ी जल्दी सीखा, और वो प्रैक्टिस में लेके आके फिर मैच में लेके आए। अब आपके पास फास्ट बॉलर्स आने शुरू हो गए हैं। इफ़ यू सी द टैलेंट ऑफ नैरा, ज़हीर खान आपके पास आए। पहले तो आपके पास मीडियम पेसर्स थे, अब आपके पास फास्ट बॉलर्स आने शुरू हैं। जो भारत की वीकनेस है वो माइंडसेट नहीं चेंज कर सके। जब आपके पास पेस बॉलर्स आ रहे हैं तो व्हाई कांट यू ग्रूम देम, व्हाई कांट यू एक्चुअली मेक देम मैच विनर्स? तो ये कमजोरी बहुत बड़ी है जो सामने आ रही है। आपको जो है माइंडसेट ये चेंज करना पड़ेगा, और आपकी स्ट्रेंथ जो है, लाइक सौरभ सेड, बैटिंग है। मैं ये कहूँगा, सजेशन यही है कि जब आप इतना अरसा पहले जा रहे हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया, तो आपको वो वाला टूर्नामेंट जो है वो सामने रखना कि हमने ये वाला टूर्नामेंट जीतना है। आपने उस टूर्नामेंट में अपने आप को सिचुएशंस देनी है। ओके, आज हमने अगर पहले बैटिंग करनी है तो वी गोना गो फॉर 350 रन। नहीं होते, वेल एंड गुड, कोई मसला नहीं है। किसी मैच में आपने चेज कर रहे हैं, तो अगर आप चेज कर रहे हैं स्कोर 250, आपने कहना हमने 40 ओवर्स में करना है। तो ये अगर आप इस माइंडसेट के साथ अपना ये जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया का टूर है उसको यूज करेंगे, तो बाय द टाइम यू गेट क्लोजर टू द वर्ल्ड कप, यू विल बी अ वेरी गुड यूनिट।
अच्छी बात है, भारत एक बड़ा कंटेंडर है। लेकिन मदन जी, माइंडसेट की बात हुई, तेज गेंदबाज, मैं सौरभ का माइंड बाद में जानूंगा, लेकिन कई कप्तान कहते हैं मुझे तेज गेंदबाज चाहिए। धोनी का माइंडसेट शायद ऐसा है कि मुझे टप्पे पर डालते रहो आप, क्योंकि वो तेज गेंदबाजों को अनलीश नहीं करते। शायद उनको डर है कि यार ये 60 रन भी खा लेगा, 70 रन भी खा लेगा। उनको शायद चाहिए वो गेंदबाज जो टप्पे पर डालते रहे, अपना काम करते रहे, 50 ओवर हो जाए।
नहीं, देखिए, आपका जो पेस अटैक है बहुत अच्छा होना बड़ा जरूरी है, क्योंकि देखिए अगर शुरू में आपको ब्रेक थ्रू मिलता है, एक दो अगर आप विकेट्स निकालते हैं, तो प्रेशर जो है बिल्टअप होता है दूसरी टीम के ऊपर, और उसके साथ साथ में फिर स्पिनर भी काफी ज्यादा अच्छा करते हैं। कंडीशन जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में है उसका डिफरेंट, उसमें प्रेशर डाल सकते हैं स्पिनर। अगर 3 आउट हैं या 4 आउट हैं तो उससे क्या है कि स्पिनर, पर यह है कि ये नहीं है कि टप्पे पे, देखिए टप्पे पे डालना, थोड़ी सी मूवमेंट होना भी बड़ा जरूरी है उसके साथ साथ। और हमारे बॉलर गेंद कर रहे हैं अच्छा। उमेश यादव है 140, 42, कल मैं उसको देख रहा था भुवनेश्वर को, उसने गेंद काफी अच्छा डाला, और उसके खासियत क्या है, गेंद को अंदर भी लाता है और बाहर भी निकालता है। इसमें ज्यादा चांसेस रहते हैं आपको विकेट्स निकालने के। और बाकी जो हमारे स्पिनर्स हैं, मेरे हिसाब से तो बॉलिंग जैसा हमारे पास है उसके हिसाब से मैं समझता हूँ कि काफी अच्छा है। ये डिपेंड करता है कि आप कंडीशन कितने जल्दी यूज टू होते हैं, और कहाँ पे आप टिप्पा डालना जल्दी, जैसे हम बात करते हैं हमेशा कि हमें बाहर जाके कहाँ पे गेंद करना चाहिए, ये बड़ा जरूरी रहता है। क्योंकि बाउंस होता है ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, हम सौरभ को भी मालूम है, मेरे को भी मालूम है कि इवन गोल्डन बॉल को भी लोग पीछे जो बल्लेबाज है पीछे जाके कट कर सकते हैं या पुल कर सकते हैं। तो वहां पे जल्दी सेटल होना बड़ा जरूरी है। पर हमारी बॉलिंग अटैक है, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। मेरे को कॉन्फिडेंस देती है बॉलिंग।
आवाज आ रही है। दादा, विराट कोहली पिछले वर्ल्ड कप में एक प्लेयर थे, इस वर्ल्ड कप में सब कुछ शायद उन्हीं पर है। वो प्रेशर को कैसे हैंडल करेंगे? क्योंकि उन्होंने प्रेशर तो हैंडल अच्छा किया, लेकिन जब बैड फॉर्म आई उससे निकलने में बड़ा वक्त लगा।
बिल्कुल, और ये सबसे बड़ा चीज़ होता है क्योंकि जब आप शुरू करते हैं तो बड़े प्लेयर के साथ खेलते हैं। जब विराट कोहली ने शुरू किया, सचिन तेंदुलकर, राहुल द्रविड़, वीरेंद्र सहवाग, युवराज सिंह इनके साथ खेले हैं, तो एक्सपेक्टेशंस इनके ऊपर ज़्यादा होता था और फिर विराट कोहली के ऊपर, और अब वो रोल्स चेंज हुए और ये कम्प्लीटली गेम बदल देता है। बट जितना मैं विराट कोहली को देखा हूँ 3-4 साल से, उन्होंने इस प्रेशर के अच्छा रिएक्ट किया। उन्होंने अभी तक 20 शतक लगा चुके हैं वनडे में और दुनिया के हर कोने में जाके उन्होंने शतक लगाए हैं। वनडे क्रिकेट की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, साउथ अफ्रीका हो, इंग्लैंड हो, ऑस्ट्रेलिया हो, उन्होंने मैच विनिंग परफॉर्मेंसेस दी है। मैं आपके साथ सहमत हूँ कि इस भारतीय टीम में उनकी बैटिंग, उनकी परफॉर्मेंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होगा। भारत का वर्ल्ड कप जो दौरा होगा ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, अगर विराट कोहली अच्छे खेलते तो हम अच्छे टीम बनेंगे और मेरे ऊपर उनका कॉन्फिडेंस है। बेशक इंग्लैंड में उनकी सीरीज अच्छी नहीं गई, सफल सीरीज उनके लिए नहीं रहा, लेकिन जब आप खेलते हैं, जब आपकी कैरियर चलता रहता है तो ऐसे छोटे मोटे ब्लिप्स आते हैं, तो आपको उससे जल्दी निकलना पड़ेगा। और मैं समझता हूँ कि विराट कोहली के पास वो एबिलिटी है, वो मैच विनिंग एबिलिटी है जिससे कि वो भारत को आगे ले जा सके।
कुछ सवाल ले लें। सवाल, क्या भारत वर्ल्ड कप जीत सकता है? जी।
This question is for Saurabh. India's bowling in the death overs. We are consistently leaking a lot of runs, and the idea of bowling Yorkers or the slower ones. I don't think after Zahir left, we have really mastered the art of Yorkers.
देखिए ये सारे यंग बॉलर्स हैं, मोहम्मद शामी, उमेश यादव, ये ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा भारत के लिए नहीं खेले हैं, तो उनको थोड़ा सा समय देना पड़ेगा अपने आप को इस जगह पे लेके आए, ज़ाहिर खान की जगह। और अगर आप ओवरऑल वनडे क्रिकेट देखेंगे, हाल ही में वनडे क्रिकेट के रूल्स बदल चुके हैं। आपको हमेशा 5 फील्डर सर्कल के अंदर रखना पड़ता है, जो बहुत मुश्किल है किसी भी गेंदबाजों के लिए, स्पिनर के लिए हो या फास्ट बॉलर के लिए हो। एक तो आपकी बल्लेबाजी, हर टीम की बल्लेबाजी आगे बढ़ चुका है, स्टैंडर्ड बढ़ चुका है, और उसके साथ अगर आप हर समय आपको सिर्फ 4 फील्डर बाहर रखना पड़े, स्पेशली भारतीय कंडीशंस में, तो बॉलर के लिए बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। हम वसीम अकरम हो, वकार हो, कर्टली एम्ब्रोज हो, कपिल देव, श्रीनाथ, ये सब बॉलर्स को देखते आए हैं, लेकिन आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि क्रिकेट चेंज हुआ है और आजकल बॉलर्स के ऊपर बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर है। सिर्फ भारतीय गेंदबाजी नहीं, लसित मलिंगा छोड़ के आप दुनिया में किसी भी गेंदबाज देख लें, उतना कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रहा है एंड ओवर्स में। तो ये प्रॉब्लम सिर्फ भारतीय क्रिकेट में नहीं, ये प्रॉब्लम हर टीम में है, थोड़ा सा कम, थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा। और जैसा मैंने कहा, हमारी गेंदबाजी कभी हमारी स्ट्रेंथ नहीं थी। हाँ, हम कभी अच्छे थे, कभी अच्छे नहीं थे, लेकिन बल्लेबाजी ने हमको जिताया है। तो भारत के लिए ये जो वर्ल्ड कप दौरा होगा, ये डिपेंड करेगा हम कैसे बल्लेबाजी करते हैं, उसी हिसाब से हम आगे जा पाएंगे या पीछे रह जाएंगे।
जी।
कल धर्मशाला में जो मैच हुआ था उसमें अक्षर पटेल को खिलाया गया, अमित मिश्रा को बाहर किया गया, रविंद्र जडेजा लगातार खेल रहे हैं, जबकि कल उन्होंने 10 ओवर में 80 रन दिए थे। तो जो टीम की जो स्पिन बॉलिंग की जो स्ट्रेंथ है, अभी अश्विन बाहर हैं, उनको रेस्ट दिया गया है, तो ये जो चेंज होते रहे हैं, अमित मिश्रा को कुछ चांस मिलता है लेकिन वो फिर बाहर हो जाते हैं, कुलदीप यादव को टीम में लाया गया लेकिन उनको चांस नहीं मिला, उनकी जगह जब अक्षर पटेल आए उनको पहले ही मौके में उनको चांस मिल गया। तो जो टीम का स्पिन अटैक है उसको कैसे देखते हैं, कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि हमारी जो बॉलिंग स्ट्रेंथ है मिडल ओवर्स में वो बेसिकली स्पिन पर बहुत डिपेंड करती है।
और ऑस्ट्रेलियन कंडीशंस को देखते हैं,
देखिए स्पिन हमेशा हमारा स्ट्रेंथ रहा है और मैं आपके साथ सहमत हूं कि अमित मिश्रा को बाहर किया गया और अक्षर पटेल को खिलाया गया, लेकिन ये वर्ल्ड कप का समय है, 3-4 महीने बाद वर्ल्ड कप शुरू हो जाएगा, तो कहीं ना कहीं अगर आपको प्लेयर्स अच्छे लगे, कोई प्लेयर लगे जो आपका गेम बदल सकता है, आपका टीम मजबूत कर सकता है, आप उसको मौका देते हो। और मुझे लगता है अक्षर पटेल ऐसे क्रिकेटर हैं जो 7 या 8 नंबर पे भारत के लिए अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दे सकता है। वो बड़े मैच के प्लेयर हैं, उनका बिग मैच टेम्परामेंट है, और मैं बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ टीम मैनेजमेंट के साथ कि उन्होंने अमित मिश्रा को, क्योंकि अमित मिश्रा ने दिल्ली में बहुत बेहतरीन बॉलिंग की है, तो आपको पता है अमित मिश्रा क्या करते हैं, अगर ज़रूरत होगा तो आप उनको ज़रूर वर्ल्ड कप लेके जाएंगे उन कंडीशंस में, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जहाँ पे रिस्ट स्पिनर्स बहुत सफल हुए हैं। बट अक्षर पटेल को मौका देना मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत समझदारी की बात है।
आमिर, राइट आर्म लेग स्पिनर की बात हुई, अमित मिश्रा एक अटैकिंग स्पिनर है, ज्यादा खेलते नहीं है क्योंकि अश्विन और जडेजा ज्यादा खेलते हैं। आप जब वर्ल्ड कप जीते 1992 में, आप लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिन कर लेते थे और मुश्ताक भी थे उसमें। राइट आर्म लेग स्पिनर आप 11 में डालेंगे अमित मिश्रा को कि नहीं डालेंगे?
बिल्कुल डालना पड़ेगा। जिस तरह अभी सौरभ ने बात की कि जो रूल्स चेंज हुए हैं, आपको 5 फील्डर दायरे के अंदर रखने हैं, तो अब आपका एज ए कैप्टन माइंडसेट है नॉट डिफेंसिव, आपने विकेट हासिल करने की जरूरत कोशिश करनी है। और लेग स्पिनर्स जो हैं वो यूटिलिटी लेके आते हैं, आप कप्तान को जो है वो लग्जरी देते हैं कि वो अपना माइंडसेट अटैकिंग करे, वो विकेट हासिल करने की कोशिश करे। और इस वर्ल्ड कप में टेस्ट ही ये है कैप्टन का कि कौन सा कैप्टन जो है इस रूल्स के तहत ऑस्ट्रेलिया जैसी पिचेस के ऊपर अपनी बॉलिंग को किस तरह यूज करेगा। देखिए ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जब आप वनडे की बात करते हैं, एट टाइम्स देयर आर क्वाइट अ फ्यू पिचेस जहां पे बैटिंग करना आसान है क्योंकि गेंद आपको अच्छा नजर आता है। बाउंस के साथ अगर आप यूज टू हो जाते हैं तो आप ऐसा ऐसा स्ट्रोक मारते हैं कि आप खुद जो है अपने आप से पूछते हो यार ये किस तरह लग गया। सो बैटिंग जो है एट टाइम्स व्हेन यू गेट यूज्ड टू इट आसान है। वहां पे कैप्टन्स के माइंडसेट का इस वर्ल्ड कप में जो है वो इम्तहान होगा कि कौन सा कप्तान अपने बॉलर्स को अटैकिंग ऑप्शन इस्तेमाल करता है। अगर आप 5 फील्डर आगे रख के अपने बॉलर को ये कहेंगे कि यार लाइनर लेंथ के ऊपर गेंद डालो, इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क। यू हैव टू थिंक ऑफ पिकिंग अप विकेट्स, और उसके लिए मेरा ख्याल है लेग स्पिनर जो है वो बहुत जबरदस्त ऑप्शन है, वो तो आपको खिलाना पड़ेगा।
मदन जी, ऑफ स्पिनर अश्विन एक्सपीरियंस है, कप्तान उनको लगातार खिलाते रहते हैं, और लेफ्ट हैंड स्पिनर रविंद्र जडेजा, 3 तो वहां पर खेल नहीं सकते ऑस्ट्रेलिया में। आपके लिहाज से 2 खिलाएंगे या कौन से खिलाएंगे 2?
देखिए मेरे हिसाब से खिलाना महाराष्ट्र को खिलाना चाहिए, कोई बैटिंग भी काफी अच्छी कर लेते हैं। और बॉल देखिए उन्होंने उनका परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा रहा है बॉलिंग में, और उसके साथ रविंद्र जडेजा जो है एक ऑलराउंडर है और यूटिलिटी क्रिकेटर है और फील्डर बहुत अच्छा है। तो ये 2 स्पिनर मेरे हिसाब से बनते हैं क्योंकि इन्होंने हमेशा अच्छा किया भी है, और ये खेलते आ रहे हैं और यही पैटर्न से मेरे को लगता है कि धोनी खेलेगा भी।
अच्छा दादा, प्रेशर की भी पहले बात चल रही थी। आपकी टीम 2003 में क्योंकि पहली बार वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल खेल रही थी, प्रेशर तो था, आप बहुत अच्छी टीम से हारे लेकिन प्रेशर तो था। उसके बाद लगातार इंडिया अच्छा खेलता रहा। अब धोनी ने आईसीसी की 3 ट्रॉफीज जीती हैं। वो प्रेशर कप्तान किस तरह से हैंडल करता है, और प्रेशर का ना होना वो टीम की सक्सेस में कितना कंट्रीब्यूट करता है?
देखिए थोड़ा सा प्रेशर स्पोर्ट में होना ज़रूरी है। वो अपने आप की हर प्लेयर को जगा के रखता है, हर प्लेयर को सोचने पे मजबूर करता है। आप किसी भी टूर्नामेंट पे एकदम बिल्कुल फ्री माइंड से नहीं जा सकते, वो टीम के लिए अच्छा नहीं होगा। और प्रेशर एक ऐसी चीज़ मैं समझता हूँ, अगर जब आपके ऊपर लगातार हो तो आप उसके साथ यूज्ड टू हो जाते हैं। और भारतीय क्रिकेट में जब मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि जब आप पहली बार सफेद कपड़े डालेंगे और जब तक सफेद कपड़े आपसे उतर नहीं जाता,
अब तो नीला भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो गया।
नीला सफेद जो भी हो, आपके ऊपर प्रेशर रहेगा, आपको उससे यूज्ड टू होना है। और हमारे करियर में भी मैं देखा हूं 13-14 साल भारत के लिए खेले हैं। सचिन तेंदुलकर के ऊपर प्रेशर था, लगातार प्रेशर होते होते आप उससे जीना शुरू कर देते कि यार ये तो होगा, मुझे इसके साथ खेलना है। और हर प्लेयर अपने लिए खुद जोन बनाता है, जो जोन में वो सोच सकता है कि अगर इस मेंटल स्टेट में मैं हूँ तो मैं ज़रूर अच्छा परफॉर्म कर सकता हूँ भारत के लिए। और ये एक अमेजिंग स्टोरी है हर एथलीट के लिए कि प्रेशर बढ़ता जाता है लेकिन प्रेशर के साथ वो अपने आप को यूज़ कर लेता है। मैं उस खिलाड़ी की बात कर रहा हूँ जो लंबे समय तक खेलते हैं। वो लंबे समय तक इसलिए खेलते हैं क्योंकि वो प्रेशर हैंडल करते हैं।
नहीं, एक और चीज है ना, भारतीय कप्तानों में प्रेशर जितना बढ़ता रहता है, बाल भी उतने कम होते रहते हैं, और बाल उतने ग्रे भी होते रहते हैं।
जरूर। और धोनी को देख के मैं हैरान होता हूँ। जब धोनी 2004 साल में जब पहली बार भारतीय टीम में आया था और मैं कप्तान था, तो बहुत बड़े बड़े बाल होते थे, और लंबे बाल। और मुझे याद है हम जब पाकिस्तान गए थे तो पाकिस्तान में परवेज मुशर्रफ उनसे कहा था कि तुम जो भी करना बाल अपना कभी काटना नहीं। लेकिन समय के साथ काटने की ज़रूरत भी नहीं पड़ी क्योंकि वो सब चले गए हैं। और भारतीय कप्तान के साथ होता है। मैंने वीरेंद्र सहवाग को देखा था 6 महीने में इतना बाल किसी के जाते हुए। मैंने कहा यार वीरू बात क्या है? कहता है दादी आपने जब से ओपन कराना शुरू कर दिया है बाल सारे चले गए हैं। तो एक तो नया बॉल खेलना और एक भारतीय टीम की कप्तानी करना, ये 2 बहुत मुश्किल काम होते हैं।
आमिर, अगर आप टॉप 3 पिक करें वर्ल्ड कप 1, 2, 3 कौन से होंगे? टीम्स
I think South Africa and Australia at par हैं। अब साउथ अफ्रीका की टीम जो है वो थोड़ा उसका आउटलुक चेंज हुआ है। साउथ अफ्रीका के साथ भी प्रॉब्लम ये था कि वो बहुत ज़्यादा ऑलराउंडर्स खिलाते थे अपनी साइड में, इसलिए उनको चोकर्स कहा जाता था कि वो दोनों सिचुएशंस में वो डील करना नहीं आता था, कि वो बिट्स एंड पीसेस क्रिकेटर्स थे। साउथ अफ्रीका की जो कमज़ोरी थी कि उन्होंने स्पिनर्स को यूज़ करना नहीं सीखा। नाउ दे हैव लर्न हाउ टू यूज स्पिनर्स। अब इमरान ताहिर उनके पास आ गए हैं, लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिनर भी उनके पास हैं, तो उनकी आउटलुक आपको अच्छी लग रही है। प्लस जो कंडीशंस हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया और साउथ अफ्रीका ऑलमोस्ट एक ही तरह की हैं। तो ये दो टीमें 1-2 के ऊपर आ रही हैं. I give advantage to Australia because
ऑस्ट्रेलिया साउथ अफ्रीका 1-2
1-2 and India 3.
3
India 3.
तो इंडिया को आप सीरियस कंटेंडर मान रहे हैं?
हैं, देखिए अगर आप टीम को एनालाइज करते हैं, जिस तरह मैंने पहले कहा कि अगर आपके पास, आपने ये देखना है कि इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर्स, यूटिलिटी क्रिकेटर्स कितने हैं, और आपके पास स्पेस है, जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, जो आपका बॉलिंग अटैक है। मेरे लिए अगर इसको अच्छे तरीके से इस्तेमाल किया जाए, 2 नए बॉल हैं, एक स्विंग करेगा और दूसरा पेस के साथ बॉल करेगा, तो इट कैन बी अ लीथल कॉम्बिनेशन। अगर आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया की जो उन्होंने 3 हैट्रिक की है वर्ल्ड कप की, अगर उसको आप एनालाइज करें, ग्लेन मैकग्रा एक साइड से पेस, बैट्समैन को बैकफुट के ऊपर लेके जा रहा है, दूसरी तरफ से स्टेफन फ्लेमिंग जो गेंद को घुमाते थे, एंड देन थर्ड बॉलर उनके पास पेस वाला। सो यू हैव दिस, और उसके बाद लेग स्पिनर भी हैं। मैं फिर कह रहा हूं, अगर आप अपने बॉलर्स को अच्छी तरह यूज कर गए, एंड धोनी गोज विद अ माइंडसेट टू पिक अप विकेट्स रादर देन कि इस जगह पे गेंद डालो, इंडिया हैज अ ग्रेट चांस।
नहीं, ये लड़ाई, ये जंग भी डिफरेंट तरह की है ना। पहला ही मैच भारत पाकिस्तान का है।
पाकिस्तान की टीम इतनी अच्छी नहीं है, इस दफा आपको पाकिस्तान का इतना नहीं सोचना।
बताइए, पाकिस्तान की टीम इतनी अच्छी नहीं है?
सीरियसली, लेट्स बी ऑनेस्ट, रियलिटी को फेस करना चाहिए।
क्रिकेट ना खेलने की वजह से
नहीं, हमारे पास जो बैकअप प्लेयर्स हैं वो इतने तगड़े नहीं आ रहे, जिसकी वजह से आप बार बार इन्हीं लड़कों को देखते हैं जो टीम में कम बैक कर जाते हैं, और कम बैक भी करते हैं विदाउट इंप्रूविंग देयर टेक्निक, और जो भी जो आउटलुक ऑफ द गेम है वो वापस आ जाते हैं विदाउट एनी राइम और रीजन। 2-3 अच्छे प्लेयर हैं पाकिस्तान के पास, लेकिन अभी जिस तरह आप पाकिस्तान की क्रिकेट को देख रहे हैं, अभी तक हमें ये नहीं पता कि हमने कौन से टीम के साथ जाना है।
कप्तानी को लेकर भी अभी बहुत
एग्जैक्टली।
मदन जी, इस वर्ल्ड कप का फॉर्मेट बड़ा सिंपल है। भारत क्वार्टर फाइनल तक पहुंचेगा ही पहुंचेगा, मतलब कोई बहुत बड़ा कुछ इस तरह का हादसा ना हो जाए, भारत क्वार्टर फाइनल तक जाएगा। और यह भी तय है कि भारत का जो क्वार्टर फाइनल होगा, अगर भारत क्वालिफाई करता है, उधर से श्रीलंका भी क्वालिफाई करेगा, तो भारत बनाम श्रीलंका क्वार्टर फाइनल हो जाता है। अब ऑस्ट्रेलियन कंडीशंस में भारत कहेगा चलो यार श्रीलंका को खेल रहे हैं, ठीक ही है, तो अब सेमीफाइनल की उम्मीद दिखती है। अब सेमीफाइनल ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ, अभी से आपको ये चीजें सोचनी पड़ती है, या फिर आप कहते हैं मैं वहीं जाके सोचूंगा?
नहीं, देखिए, जब आप ऐसी टीम से खेलते हैं जिसको आपको कॉन्फिडेंस होता है कि हम उसको बीट कर देंगे, जैसे अगर हमारा क्वार्टर फाइनल श्रीलंका से होता है तो इंडिया यही सोचेगा कि हम बीट कर दें। उसके बाद देखिए, वनडे क्रिकेट में कुछ पता नहीं लगता, जिस दिन आप अच्छा खेलते हैं उस दिन आप मैच निकालें। ये जरूरी नहीं है कि आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया को हरा नहीं सकते, आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया को भी हरा सकते हैं, क्योंकि ऑस्ट्रेलिया को हमने हराया भी हुआ है। तो ये है कि, और वर्ल्ड कप जीतने के लिए, देखिए वर्ल्ड कप जीतने के लिए मेरे विचार में कि 1 और 2 खिलाड़ी नहीं से आप जीत सकते। अगर पूरा मैच टूर्नामेंट को एनालाइज आप करें तो आपको ऐसा लगेगा कि हर मैच में कोई ना कोई डिफरेंट हीरो चलता मैच आपको जिता रहा है। अगर आपका टीम ऐसे खेल रही है कि डिफरेंट मैचेस में कोई ना कोई आपको मैच निकाल के ले जाता है और मैच जिता देता है, तो तब आपके जो चांसेस जो है जीतने के ज्यादा बन जाते हैं।
कुछ और सवाल ले लें, कुछ और सवाल आप जी।
Hi Saurabh, hi Amir. My question is simple. If you see when Australia won World Cup, 3 साल जीते थे, they had a clinical performance. You got to know from the ball begin, they're gonna win. So I haven't seen India, whenever India wins, it's basically won by 1 player, 2 player pitching it up and doing it. But why that complete 360-degree clinical performances are very hard to come by India, that we know 1, 2, 3, everyone will be pitching up and it will be won, sure shot.
मैं आपका प्रश्न समझा नहीं।
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि जब इंडिया खेलती है, इंडिया जनरली 1 या 2 प्लेयर के बेसिस में जीत जाता है, लेकिन जब ऑस्ट्रेलिया जीता है लास्ट 3 वर्ल्ड कप, जनरली उनपे 3, 4, 5 प्लेयर एक साथ सब मिलके परफॉर्म करते हैं एंड दे गॉट टू, सो ऑलमोस्ट क्लिनिकल परफॉर्मेंस होता है उनका।
वो अलग टीम था, हर कंट्री के पास वैसा टीम नहीं होता जो आमिर बात कर रहा था। ऑस्ट्रेलिया टीम, अगर आप 2003 की जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया टीम हो उनको अगर उठा के देख लें तो जो प्लेयर्स हैं उनके हर प्लेयर जिता के ले जा सकता था मैच। मैथ्यू हेडन, गिलक्रिस्ट, पॉन्टिंग, मार्टिन, उनकी बॉलिंग अटैक देख ले, फास्ट बॉलर्स मगरा, ब्रेटली, डैमियन फ्लेमिंग और शेन वॉन। तो हर टीम के पास वो रिसोर्सेज नहीं होते, और जिस टीम के पास वो रिसोर्सेज नहीं होते वो थोड़ा धक्का खा के आगे बढ़ता है। लेकिन 2011 में भारत ने बहुत बेहतरीन वर्ल्ड कप खेला था, क्योंकि सिर्फ एक मैच हारे थे पूरा वर्ल्ड कप में साउथ अफ्रीका के सामने, और उन्होंने आखिर तक जीता, ऑस्ट्रेलिया को हराए, क्वार्टर फाइनल, सेमीफाइनल पाकिस्तान और फाइनल श्रीलंका। तो भारत ने बहुत कंसिस्टेंसी दिखाई है 2011 वर्ल्ड कप में। तो मैं ये शायद भारत के लिए सोच सही नहीं है कि जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया टीम 2003 या 2007 में जो डोमिनेट किया था, लेकिन भारत ने भी 2011 वर्ल्ड कप बहुत अच्छी तरह से जीता है, तो हम भारत को अंडर एस्टिमेट नहीं कर सकते।
अच्छा, अजय जडेजा हमारे बीच में, और अजय ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे 47वें 48वें ओवर में आपकी बैटिंग आई है, क्योंकि आप थोड़ा लेट हो गए हैं, 2-3 ओवर रह गए हैं, और टॉपिक जो है वो ये है कि क्या भारत डिफेंड कर सकता है टाइटल, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में क्या भारत वर्ल्ड कप जीत सकता है, क्योंकि आप 1992 ऑस्ट्रेलिया में खेले थे, आमिर भाई की टीम जीती थी, इस बार क्या धोनी दोबारा वर्ल्ड कप जिता सकते हैं?
पहले तो आई वुड लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज कि मैं लेट आया हूँ यहाँ पे।
कोई बात नहीं, 3 ओवर बहुत होते हैं, आपने बैंगलोर क्वार्टर फाइनल में 3 ओवर में तो खेल कर दिया था पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ।
रही बात वर्ल्ड कप की, आई थिंक आप और मैं ओपन करें तो जीतना मुश्किल है। इंडियन क्रिकेट की प्रॉब्लम ये है कि इस वक्त हमें यही नहीं पता कि कौन खेलने जाने वाला है। कप्तान का तो लग रहा है कि शायद वो ही रहेंगे, लेकिन बाकी टीम का ही नहीं पता। तो इस वक्त यहाँ बैठ के ये सोचना कि क्या इंडिया ये टाइटल डिफेंड कर सकता है, मेरे लिए ऑलमोस्ट ये शॉट इन द डार्क है, क्योंकि आपको पता ही नहीं आपकी टीम कौन जाने वाली है। अगर मेरे को आप बोलें कि वीरेंद्र सहवाग फुल फॉर्म में होंगे, युवराज सिंह होंगे, हरभजन सिंह होंगे, तो एक अलग टीम है। अभी की जो टीम है, अगर यही टीम जाने वाली है, तो एक सिंपल आंसर मेरे हिसाब से तो यही है कि ये इनमें वो स्किल्स मुझे तो नज़र नहीं आती। होप यही करते हैं, हर टीम जो जाती है खेलने जीतने के लिए जाती है, कोशिश करती है। जैसे आपने कहा मेरे एक्सपीरियंस की बात, तो मैं एक शेयर करूंगा कि पहला वर्ल्ड कप जो 92 की आपने बात की, मैं पहला टूर था मेरा, मैं वहाँ पहुँचा ही था। जब तक मैं वहाँ पहुँचा तब तक वो टीम डिस्ट्रॉय हो चुकी थी। वर्ल्ड कप जब हमने खेलना शुरू किया, ऑलमोस्ट 4-5 लोग इतने सीनियर थे, अपनी
3 महीने से वहीं पे थे।
3 महीने से वहीं पे थे, टीम डिस्ट्रॉय हो गई थी। एक टीम का कोई पर्पस तो यही था वर्ल्ड कप जीतना, बट इंडिविजुअल का भी माइंड सेट वो होना चाहिए, टीम की प्रेपरेशन वो होनी चाहिए। तो किस तरह से यहाँ से आप वर्ल्ड कप तक पहुँचते हैं वो ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, और तभी आप बता पाएंगे और सोच पाएंगे कि क्या रियलिस्टिकली पॉसिबल है कि नहीं। ओवरऑल हम सब इंडियंस होप करते हैं।
इस बार भी सेम वही चीज है ना, आप पहले वहां पर जाकर 4 टेस्ट मैच खेलेंगे, बड़ा लंबा दौरा होगा। जिस तरह से भारत टेस्ट क्रिकेट खेल रहा है और ऑस्ट्रेलिया खेल रहा है, शायद मुश्किल सीरीज होगी, फिर ट्राई सीरीज होगी, यानी कि वर्ल्ड कप तक पहुंचते पहुंचते 2 बड़ी जो लेग्स हैं वो हो चुकी होंगी।
इसलिए कह रहा हूं ना कि अभी बहुत दूर है, ये 2 पड़ाव हैं बीच में, इस 2 पड़ाव में हम कैसे रिएक्ट करते हैं।
आप उसमें एक्सपेरिमेंट करना चाहेंगे या आपको लगता है कि नहीं, सिलेक्टर्स ने लॉक कर दी है, टीम यही है?
देखिए, थोड़े दिन पहले हम टीवी पे भी बात कर रहे थे, मेरे हिसाब से तो सिलेक्टर और धोनी अलग चल रहे हैं। आप अगर देखें, धोनी जब अपनी टीम चलाते हैं, चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स, जहां पे सिलेक्टर नहीं है, उस टीम में कई लड़के हैं जो इंडियन टीम में पिछले 6 महीने से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जब वो किसी को बॉल देते हैं, खुद जब कप्तान है और खुद टीम सेलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो पहला ओवर आखिरी ओवर हो, वो बॉलर ही अलग है। जो इंडियन टीम में बॉलर है वो तो बाहर बैठा है। तो एक क्रिकेट अलग चल रही है। आप ये क्या, दूसरी तरफ आप देख लीजिए, कोलकाता नाइट राइडर्स जो दूसरी टीम पहुंची, उसमें वो फाइनल्स तक पहुंचती है। उमेश यादव जो इंडिया के लिए कल बॉलिंग कर रहे थे परसों, वो वहां पे उस टीम में नहीं सिलेक्ट होते। तो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं एक बिल्कुल गैप चल रहा है, या बहुत सारी सोचें चल रही हैं। और मेरा मानना है कि किसी भी टीम को एक ही लीडर होना चाहिए। जब 5 लीडर हो या 3 लीडर हो, व्यूज अच्छे हैं, बट फाइनल एक लीडर, अगर एक लीडर होगा तो आपका चांस सबसे बढ़िया बन जाएगा। दादा यहाँ बैठे हैं, दादा से हु इज बेटर, कि अगर दादा को जो टीम में प्लेयर चाहिए, अगर आप वो ना दें, कि कोई भी सिलेक्टर हो या बोर्ड हो या कोई, तो वो अपनी तरह से टीम नहीं चला सकते।
आपको लगता है सौरभ ये बात सही है कि इस वक्त सिलेक्टर्स और कप्तान में कम्युनिकेशन गैप है कुछ खिलाड़ियों को लेकर?
देखिए, जो बाहर से दिखता है कि बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स को मौके दिए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये सोच मुझे बाहर से देख लगता है, क्योंकि टीम में जो अंदर की चीज़ है वो कभी पता नहीं चलता, कि मौका दो, प्लेयर्स को देखते हैं कि किसको हम फिट कर सकते हैं वर्ल्ड कप में। तो कहीं ना कहीं इसको भी रोकना पड़ेगा, कहीं ना कहीं सोचना पड़ेगा कि नहीं, ये मेरे बंदे हैं और इसको मैं आगे लेके जाऊंगा, और इस सोच से सिलेक्टर्स को आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा। कहीं ना कहीं इसको स्टॉप करने पड़ेंगे कि प्लेयर्स को सिलेक्ट करे, मौका दे, क्योंकि जो कोर टीम है, जितना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एक साथ खेलेंगे उतना उनके लिए अच्छा होगा।
अमित, टीम कप्तान की होती है। इमरान खान का फिर मैं जिक्र करूंगा, टीम इमरान खान की थी, पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट बोर्ड अलहदा था, लेकिन इमरान खान अलग थे।
ये भी एक मिसकंसेप्शन है। देखिए, सिलेक्शन कमेटी और कप्तान दोनों का जॉब है, और जॉब ये है कि आपने अपनी टीम को नेक्स्ट लेवल के ऊपर लेके जाना है। कोऑर्डिनेशन होती है, अगर एक सिलेक्शन कमेटी है, उसका पहले अपने पास एक कोई प्लान होना चाहिए, उनके पास स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए, उसके मुताबिक वो अपने 15-20 प्लेयर जो है वो डिसाइड करते हैं। उसके बाद वो कप्तान के साथ डिस्कस करते हैं, उससे पूछते हैं कि आपका माइंडसेट क्या है। अगर तो वो थोड़ा सा आपस में मिलता है तो फिर आप कोऑर्डिनेट करके आगे चलते हैं। अगर बहुत ही बड़ा डिफरेंस होगा तो फिर जो भी आर्गुमेंट दे के विन करता है वो फिर उसकी तरफ जाएगा। लेकिन एंड ऑफ द डे 11 प्लेयर जो हैं वो कप्तान ने मैदान में उतारने हैं, एंड ही इज द वन हु इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल। तो मेरा ख्याल है अगर 100% नहीं तो कप्तान की 60% तो मानी जानी चाहिए।
एक आखिरी सवाल जी।
अजय जडेजा जी, आपने बहुत अच्छी बात कही। मैं ये सिर्फ पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आपके हिसाब से इस इंडियन टीम में अभी कौन होना चाहिए और कौन नहीं होना चाहिए, इन 14 खिलाड़ियों में से?
आई थिंक प्रॉब्लम ही है कि हम सब अपनी अपनी टीम चलाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा कि वो महेंद्र सिंह धोनी हो, चाहे अब रवि शास्त्री हैं एक जो सोच रहे हैं, या डेंकन फ्लेचर हो, एक आदमी की सोच, स्ट्रैटेजी आप कब बना सकते हैं? जब आपको अपने रिसोर्स को कैसे यूज करना है वो डिसाइड करें, तभी तो स्ट्रैटेजी बन सकती है। तो मेरे हिसाब से जो जाने चाहिए वो फर्क नहीं पड़ता। अगर तो मैं चला रहा होता टीम तो फिर मेरे हिसाब से जानी चाहिए, लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से जो महेंद्र सिंह धोनी चाहते हैं, मैं प्रिज्यूम कर रहा हूं कि वो कप्तान रहेंगे और इंडियन क्रिकेट जैसे चलती है उनके हिसाब से ही चलना चाहिए, क्योंकि यहाँ पे आप प्लेयर्स नहीं बना रहे। एक सीरीज होती है जहां आप ट्राई करते हैं, मौके देते हैं, बनाते हैं। आई थिंक वर्ल्ड कप एक ऐसी जगह है जहां पे आपको फाइनल रिजल्ट चाहिए। इसके लिए आप पहले से तैयारी कर रहे थे, अब आपको मौके देने का टाइम नहीं है। अब तो जिसको आपने डिसाइड कर लिया उसको खिला के तैयार करके खेलने का टाइम है।
मुरली कार्तिक है हमारे बीच, सवाल यही आपसे, क्या इंडिया वर्ल्ड कप जीत सकता है ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जाकर?
देखिए, क्रिस्टल बॉल गेजिंग तो बहुत मुश्किल है, पर जैसे अजय ने बोला, अगर ये टीम जो अभी तक चल रहा है, मुझे नहीं लगता, क्योंकि पिछले सीरीज से इस सीरीज में जो प्लेयर्स ठीक करते हैं उनको चांस नहीं मिलता। बीच में जैसे उमेश यादव थे, वो अच्छा कर रहे थे, उनको बाहर बिठा दिया, अब उनका जो कॉन्फिडेंस है वो नीचे गिर गया है। मुझे नहीं मालूम कि चाहते क्या हैं बेसिकली। अगर आप एक कंसिस्टेंसी ऑफ थॉट प्रोसेस है, या अगर जो परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं अगर क्राइटेरियन है प्लेयर्स का खेलना, तो फिर उस क्राइटेरियन से अभी चल नहीं रहा। तो मेरे हिसाब से बहुत सारे अच्छे क्रिकेटर्स हैं बाहर जो मैं कभी भी लेके जाऊंगा, पर सेलेक्टर्स उनकी तरफ देख नहीं रहे।
दिल तोड़ दिया आपने ये सब कह के।
सॉरी,
काफी दिल तोड़े आपने ये सब कह के।
काफी दिल तोड़े।
ग्लास जो है वो आधा भरा ज्यादा नहीं है, आधा खाली ज्यादा है।
प्लेयर्स अच्छे हैं, पर मेरे हिसाब से वर्ल्ड कप जीतने के लिए आपके पास कुछ मैच विनर्स की जरूरत होनी चाहिए, जो हमारे पास थे और उनका कॉन्फिडेंस डाउन है अभी।
वापस सहवाग, गंभीर, हरभजन जैसे खिलाड़ी।
मेरे हिसाब से युवराज, हरभजन सिंह ऐसे खिलाड़ी हैं जो मैच विनर्स हैं हमारे लिए, और वो अच्छा कर रहे थे और वो बाहर नहीं खेल रहे। दादा कप्तान आपके बगल में बैठे हैं, उनको पता है कि कैसे टीम बनाते हैं और किसको बैक करते हैं और कैसे घोड़े उन्होंने बैक किए हैं। तो मेरा मानना यही है कि अगर आप अच्छे घोड़े बैक करेंगे तो अच्छे घोड़े से आप घोड़े का काम करवा सकते हैं, अगर उनको एक अच्छा फील दें। मेरा हमेशा मानना ये रहा।
घोड़ा अरबी होना चाहिए। इसी के साथ इस सेशन को खत्म करते हैं, लेकिन उम्मीद है, उम्मीद मत छोड़िए। दादा ने कहा कि उम्मीद है, उम्मीद पर दुनिया कायम है, भारतीय क्रिकेट भी इसी तरह से कायम है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। सौरव गांगुली, आमिर सुहेल, मदन लाल, अजय जडेजा, मुरली कार्तिक।
For our next session, Thunder Down Under, I would request Consulting Editor Sports India Today Group, Boria Majumdar to please come on stage.
Thanks, Shweta. You know, there's already been a lot of talk this morning about Saurav making Steve wait. 2001, what happened, Rajdeep was talking about it. Till yesterday, the program that I had received had Steve in the second session and Saurav in the third. He's waving because he's leaving. He's again made Steve wait, getting his session preponed to the second one. So the 14-year tradition continues. On that note, I don't think in India we've ever got the three gentlemen who are part of this session together in one platform. Between them, they have won 4 World Cups as captains, and each of them combined have won 6 World Cup competitions. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together for the 3 legends of Australian cricket, Alan Border, Steve Waugh, and Ricky Ponting. Hello. You know, this is almost a story of an evolution. 1987, Australia certainly not the favourites to win the competition. 100,000 people at the Eden Gardens. Mike Gatting plays a reverse sweep. Steve Waugh gets Phil DeFreitas out. Alan Border and his team scripts history. 1999, twice or thrice, Australia almost came to losing it. I'm actually going to ask Steve, did he tell Herschel Gibbs that he actually dropped that World Cup? Perhaps for me, that is the best ever innings in the history of World Cup cricket. 120 not out against South Africa in that game. And then what happened with Alan Donald when something, must have exploded in his mind. And then finally, in 2003 and 7, the competitions that Ricky won. I've not seen a team dominate a World Cup like Ricky's team did in 2007. So this is a story of an evolution. I'll start with Alan. Alan, when you're in the middle of a competition, a World Cup final, England going all great guns, Mike Gatting plays the reverse sweep. Tell us about what happened.
Well, it was a great venue, being in Eden Gardens. We had fantastic support from the Indian crowd. I think most of the crowd were supporting us. So we had the crowd on our side, but England were playing very well at that particular point of time. Mike Gatting had come to the crease and started to play a very good innings. I think he made 50-odd in that particular game. And he'd taken to our spinner, which was Tim May. He'd started to hit a few big shots off Tim May, and he was playing very, very well. And I can't remember who prompted me. Probably this bloke here, Stephen, said, AB, why don't you have a bowl or, change things up a little bit? And, of course, I was always looking around, for other options. I didn't rate my bowling very highly. So I relented and decided to have a bowl myself. And it was a critical time in that particular game, so it was a bit of a risk, but a gamble worth taking, I suppose. So I set a field accordingly. I had a very strong onside field, and the offside was pretty much inside the circle. And I knew I wanted to bowl it very tight into Mike Gatting. He was a very strong offside player, so I wanted to bowl it in tight, maybe alongside his pads, that sort of line. And of course, being my first ball, I was a bit stiff, and I bowled it, way wide outside leg stump. And of course, Michael had decided that he was going to play the reverse sweep, so he had to sort of reach a long way outside his leg stump to go fetch the ball. And Chris caught the top edge onto his shoulder and straight up in the air, and he was out. So it was a crucial point. I feel sorry for Michael because he cops a fair bit of stick. From everywhere in England where he goes. I mean, there's a few things he cops a bit of stick about, but that particular reverse sweep shot, that was just one of those crucial moments in that game.
While he got stick, perhaps that's the most famous reverse sweep in cricketing history. None of us would talk about it if he didn't get out and you didn't win. Steve, did you actually tell Herschel Gibbs that he dropped the World Cup?
Look, speaking of Herschel Gibbs, I had a Herschel Gibbs moment in that 87 World Cup, and I don't know whether Alan remembers it, but I was very keen for Mike Gatting to get out because a number of overs before that, Tim May bowled a nice looping off spinner. Mike Gatting went down the wicket and went to hit it over wide mid on. I was on the fence at deep long on. Took a really great catch, looked down, and I realised the rope was between my legs. So it was signalled 6. You probably forgot that, AB. I think it only cost Australia the World Cup. So I had my Herschel Gibbs moment back in '87. Thankfully, Alan got that wicket, and we got away with it, and everyone forgot about it. But yeah, look, I didn't exactly say that to Herschel, but you don't want to ruin a good story. So it was something pretty close to that. It was one of those instances where when Herschel went out to bat, we were sort of in his ear a bit, giving him a bit of advice when he batted. He played a fantastic innings in that game. He got 100. They ended up getting 270. We had to obviously win that game to get through the semi-final. I came out at 3 for 49. I think was I batting with you to start with, punter? And we sort of worked our way back into the game. Then it came to that crucial moment where I clipped that ball to mid-wicket. Herschel caught it for a split second, went to celebrate too early and slipped out of his grasp. And probably the biggest mistake he made was walking across from mid-wicket to mid-wicket on the other side and going directly past myself and Michael Bevan at the time. So I thought, good opportunity. I might just have a couple of words to Herschel on the way through. But yeah, that's cricket. I mean, we had a bit of a chat all the way through the whole day, a bit of banter, a bit of fun. I mean, unfortunately, the same for Mike Gatting. He'll probably be remembered for that one instance for his whole career. And he was a fantastic player, Herschel. So in some ways, like Gat, I feel a bit sorry for him that he probably gets asked that question a lot.
Before I come to Ricky, I mean, just fast forwarding to that next match, the semi-final. 9 runs last over, best batsman in that World Cup, Lance Klusener, first 2 balls, boundary, tie. What do you do then? I mean, as a captain, as a team, what do you do? I mean, you almost lost the competition.
As a captain, you panic. What am I going to do now? You look around for some advice and no one's forthcoming, so you pretend to stay nice and cool and calm. I think every cricketer, every captain realises that the camera's on you, so you've got to pretend you're nice and relaxed and calm about the situation. The truth is, you're probably as nervous as anyone. I went up to Damien Fleming and I sort of said, what do you reckon? And he said, what do you reckon? I said, I don't really know. We came up with the end conclusion, let's try and bowl a Yorker. Damien didn't execute that very well because it was a half volley about 2 foot wide of off stump. I think in that situation, everyone was in such an intense pressure that it was a matter of, I think every player on the field was pretty much choking. The big mistake that South Africa made was they had 3 balls left. They should have had communication before that ball and decided, look, let me try and hit 4s off the next 2 balls. If we can't, we'll run no matter what in the last ball. Instead, they didn't communicate. It was a miss hit and they didn't know what to do, and they both ended up at the same end of the crease. So really, from their point of view, it was a lack of communication. For us, we probably got out of jail because it was, we had opportunities to win that game before those last overs. We had missed run-outs, we had missed catches. So it wasn't a matter of South Africa choking. They just failed at the crucial moment.
The one person who perhaps will also remember, you said, about your catch, Darren Lehmann missed that run out. I mean, had Lance Klusener got that run, one would have imagined what would have happened to Darren Lehmann.
That's exactly right. I mean, he missed a run out from about 2 feet away. Correct. And we all sort of threw our heads back and thought, that's our last chance, because I think Paul Rifle had dropped 2 catches and he was one of the safest pair of hands in our team. And I just thought, geez, we've had our opportunities. We really have blown it. And Klusener, as everyone knew, didn't miss hit a ball for the whole tournament. His batting was phenomenal. And he was really the forerunner for how you play one-day cricket. Opening up the front leg and giving himself room to hit through the offside. And he was unbelievable that whole tournament. So for him to suddenly miss it 1 ball at the crucial time, there was an element of luck for us getting through to that final.
Ricky, 2003 winning all the games, 2007 decimating the opposition. I remember you saying in the press conference at the end of the tournament that the way we've dominated the competition. Sort of, can you recount that? I mean, that kind of dominance over a sport by one particular cricket team, I don't think the world has ever seen.
Yeah, and it probably just it wasn't just 2003 and 2007 either. If you look at the last part of our 99 campaign, it was a bit the same. We'd lost early games in the tournament and we got ourselves in a position where we just had to win every game to keep progressing through the stages. And, Stephen's innings at Headingley and then the semi-final, it was just... I guess that we had similar players through 99 into 2003 and even into 2007, and certain experienced players that came up in one of the chats earlier. Arjuna was saying earlier the amount of experienced players they had going into the World Cup was a real pivotal sort of moment for those for their team. And it was the same with us. You know, we just had guys that had been through some really pressurised situations and luckily had come out on the winning side of that. And, you know, the carryover from 99 to 2003, albeit with a slightly different team, and having Shane Warne not bowl the ball in the whole of the 2003 World Cup and Jason Gillespie go down after one game in the 2003 World Cup, we sort of thought that the wheels might start to fall off, you know, what looked like being a really good 2003 World Cup for us. But to the players' credit, you know, I've always felt that with any World Cup winning team that I was a part of anyway, or any great team that I was a part of, we had, Australia anyway, had a really good mix of youth and experience. And it was when the big games came around and the pressure moments came around, it was always the experienced guys that you turned to get you through those moments. And, you know, Stephen did it in 99 along with Warney in the semi-final. And I guess when 2003 came round, I found myself as being one of the experienced players. And you know, through the tournament, and luckily in the final, I was able to play quite well and probably play as well as I've ever played in the 2003 World Cup final and got us across the line. But if we as Australians are very proud of the way that we've been able to play in big tournaments like World Cups, and to go, you know, 2.5 or nearly 3 entire World Cups without losing a single game is I think says a lot about our upbringing, as Alan spoke about earlier, about, you know, we don't play a lot of games in Australia, so every game that you play is always under pressure, and you have to make sure that you're switched on and prepared and ready to do the best that you can for your team in any given moment of any of those contests, and that's the way that we approached our World Cup cricket as well.
You know, the 2007 campaign actually sort of, the build-up wasn't the great. You all had lost the Chappell Hadley Trophy, lost to New Zealand. You weren't a part of that. Michael Hussey captained the team, but the build-up wasn't that great. But that's not the question I want to ask. Talk about the final innings. I mean, that 140 against India, just like Steve's 120, will forever be in the annals of cricket history one of the greatest knocks. Talk about that innings, because I was having a chat with Sachin and he says, post 50, every run was valued at 2 or 3.
Yeah, well, as I said, as a leader, an experienced player and one of the leaders of the team, you want to stand up in big moments. And, you know, I was really lucky that day that we got off to such a great start. You know, we'd probably sensed a few nerves around the Indian team in the first 10 overs that they bowled that day. Saurav had won the toss and probably rightly so, bowled on a wicket that just did have a little bit of moisture in it. The ball did swing a little bit early on, but Gilchrist and Hayden just got us off to an absolutely flying start. So when I went out to bat, you know, the score was already at about 90, and I had time then to sort of play myself in. You know, I think I got to 50 off probably 70 balls or something like that. But I remember very vividly when the second drinks breaks at the 35 over mark, we were still, I think, only 2 wickets down at that stage, and I said to the 12th man, right, it's time for me to go now. I'm just going to go as hard as I can and try and hit some boundaries and take the spinners on. And thankfully, that's the way it panned out. You know, ended up being not out at the end of the innings and shared quite a remarkable partnership with Damien Martin, who'd played in that World Cup final with a really badly shattered finger. He'd broken his finger the game before, and he ended up, I think, 88 or 89 not out in that game, and you wouldn't have even thought that there was anything wrong with his finger. So, yeah, look, it was nice to be able to stand up when your team needed it the most and on the biggest stage, and that ended up obviously leading to I think a 359-run total, which we thought if we bowled well that we could win the game from there.
Maybe, you know, when you all were sort of starting the revolution in Australian cricket in the late 1980s, carrying it forward, did you ever think that under Steve, subsequently, you know, Mark, Steve, Ricky, the team would go to this height?
He had hopes because you could see that there was a very good nucleus of players coming through the system in Australia in the late 80s. We'd start to play very good cricket, particularly in one-day cricket, and 1987 was a perfect example of that. You know, we'd come to India in 86 with the Test tour, then 87 in the World Cup, and we started to get some momentum as far as results, but also the younger players like Stephen coming through the ranks. I mean, Dean Jones and David Boone, Jeff Marsh, Craig McDermott, etc., etc. There's a lot of good cricketers coming through our system at that point. So I suppose you don't know that you're going to go on and win, you know, 3 World Cups in a row, starting with Stephen in 99. But, yeah, there was always hope that our system would keep throwing up some good cricketers, which it generally does. I mean, we go through little periods where we're off the boil a little bit, but generally speaking, our system is very strong, and that's the reason that we keep throwing up good international class cricketers.
You used the word system and structure. You know, the one thing, the perception in India is when we go down under to Australia, the system and structure in this country is not robust enough for us to be able to compete. We competed in your retirement series, 2003-4, but other than that, not many more times. Do you think this current Indian crop, when it goes to Australia, has the ability to really sort of counter the Australian pressure, the crowd, the unleashing of the fast bowlers, the pitches?
I don't see why not. I think it's purely an attitude thing. If you've got the right attitude, you can compete anywhere. Cricket these days is a global game. Players play on all different surfaces. They know the opposition well. It's a different game to sort of 25 years ago. When we went to India, we had no idea what we were confronting for the first time. It was like going to another world for us. The pitches were totally foreign. The crowds were very different to what we're used to in Australia. Just the food, the hotels, everything was completely new to us. These days, it's not a surprise for players wherever they go. The pitches are all pretty similar, I think, in a lot of ways. I think the big advantage for India coming out to Australia this time is they're not playing in Perth, even though they won a test match there recently. I think that's a wicket that would suit Australia. So there's no reason why they can't do well. And that, as you say, the last series I played in Australia, India very nearly won that series. They had some batsmen who played very well. And the pitches in Australia have slowed down a lot. So I don't think there's that old excuse where it's bouncy and quick and green and seaming everywhere. It doesn't really happen that much in Australia. So it does depend on their attitude. If they come with a positive attitude, they think they can compete, there'll definitely be a chance. But obviously their away form has been pretty poor over the last decade. With the exception of one or two tours, they've lost pretty convincingly. So it's in their mindset where they think they can compete.
Ricky, your take on that? I mean, the last series we were saying we can beat Australia. There was a lot of talk whether you should be part of that team, and then you get that 100, then the double 100, and the whole sort of script completely unfolds. I mean, India, something explodes within the team. You think this team is able to or has the potential to compete?
There's no doubt that it's got the potential. If you look at the batting line, I mean, and there's quite often most talked about when Indian teams travel is how their batters are going to cope in Australian conditions or English conditions. But I actually look at it the other way. It's more about how their fast bowlers, I think, are going to bowl in English conditions or how they're going to bowl in Australia. I think you look through their batting lineup, there's no more talented batting lineup in the world than the current Indian top order. So Stephen's right. Look, it is an attitude thing. They've got all the skills there. Whether they can cope with the Australian fast bowlers at home will be another thing. But I think that they'll struggle to get the Australian batsmen out. Their fast bowlers, I think, will probably struggle as much as anything in the Australian conditions. So, and that was probably evident on the last England tour as well. I know they're batting. I know they got knocked over a lot over there. The ball moved around a fair bit. The English bowlers were sort of back at their absolute best. But I really think that the fast bowling in Australia might be their biggest issue.
If you were the coach of the Indian team, maybe at this point in time, he's spoken about attitude, he's spoken about the fast bowlers, what would you do? You know, going to Australia, Test Series, World Cup, what would you do as the coach of the Indian team?
Well, I think Ricky's just hit it on the head there. It's the attitude thing. So you're trying to get into the player's head that, they are a very good cricket team and that they can compete, but they've got to show that mental toughness to get through those hard times. So from the batting point of view, coping with the Mitchell Johnsons of the world or the Australian fast bowling will be very good, very competitive, and the pitches do offer a little bit more bounce. So, that's from the batting side of things. I do agree with Ricky, though, that the strike bowling has got to be spot on. You've got a couple of good young quickies that should be able to do a reasonable job there. I don't know where Ishant Sharma, where his injury scenario is, but he's one of those guys. He's tall. He should get a little bit of bounce in Australia, so he might be a key figure if he's not injured. So, it's just an attitudinal thing. I mean, the skills are there. We've seen that time and time again. It's just the attitude of overcoming pitches that will offer a little bit more bounce. And if they do that, and obviously with the fast bowling, and I'm not sure of the spinners, how they're going to go, because it's not as much spin on offer on Australian pitches, but certainly on days 4 and 5, on a lot of the grounds, they can, if they get themselves in a good position in the game, then their spinners might come into it later on.
The one word again used by all of you is attitude. Do you actually think Mahendra Singh Dhoni has the attitude to play Test match cricket and win overseas? Ricky, Steve, Alan, all of you? Ricky, start.
Look, I don't know, because I don't know Mahendra Singh Dhoni very well at all, but he seems to be a very good leader of the Indian cricket team. You look at the other formats of the game, he's led the team exceptionally well, so I don't think it can wholly and solely be pointed at Dhoni and his leadership around a Test match team. I think, the reason that the game is called Test cricket, is it tests every aspect of your game out. And if there's one little weakness in your character or your technique over 5 days of a Test match in any conditions, it's going to be exploited. And I think that's probably where India come undone every now and then. Everyone knows that they can play 2, 3 or 4 days of good test match cricket, but can they play the 5 hard days of Test match cricket that's needed on foreign soil to win Test matches away? So that's their big challenge, I think. The other thing that I think is going to be a challenge when they travel is that, especially when they go to Australia, is that finger spinners in Australia don't normally have a lot of success. You look back through the record books and look at the last finger spinner that had a lot of success in Australia. There's not many that have done it, and we know how reliant Indian are on their finger spinners. So that could be another challenge for them in Australia as well.
I'll just explain the question a little more and ask you, Steve. When Dhoni takes the field in one-day cricket in that blue jersey, we all think he's the best. I mean, by far, if not the best, along with Saurav. It's a different Dhoni. 2020 cricket is the same thing. But Test match cricket, something happens to this Indian team after that Lord's victory, the way we crumbled, wasn't the most pleasing sight. Do you think in Test match cricket, Mahendra Singh Dhoni has the ability to do well down under?
You're right. I mean, I was at Lord's and saw that victory of India, and they played superbly well. And it was, I thought, a landmark historic victory which would propel them to a fantastic series. But they fell apart very quickly and disintegrated in the last 3 tests. So that has obviously got to do. Leadership has got to put the hand up for that. In a lot of ways, that they didn't sort of correct that or turn it around. They just seemed to fall apart. And the last test was basically, it was a non-event, and that's happened pretty regularly for the Indian Test side in a lot of series, which has got to be concerning. So I think there is a question mark over Dhoni's leadership in Test cricket. But having said that, he's under so much pressure, enormous pressure constantly. He's playing a lot of cricket. He seems to be always playing some form of the game. He's had that Midas touch in the past. I mean, he performs in big matches, not only as a captain, but as a batsman and a keeper. But Test matches, it just seems like he's a little bit jaded and worn out from probably a decade of constant pressure and constant playing. So I think there is a question mark over his captaincy in Test match cricket. He's a fantastic player, but maybe it's time to sort of let someone else take up their mantle, like Virat Kohli or whatever. So I think they're looking for a bit of an injection of enthusiasm and fresh ideas. So Dhoni will probably be the captain in Australia, but I don't think it'd be such a bad thing if he wasn't.
To take off from that last statement of his, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, obviously, 2007 winning 8 Champions Trophy, World Cup, he's done incredible amounts for Indian cricket. But if you were Dhoni and you were about to defend the world title, would you have not played the Test series as captain?
And I think he's keen to play. MS Dhoni, he seems to like a very strong character to me. And what I have noticed with his 2020 cricket and 50-over cricket, he's always looking to be proactive, and that comes out in his captaincy and leadership. I think sometimes in Test cricket, he lets the game drift a bit too much, and that would be the only thing that I would notice about. He needs to be a little bit more proactive as the leader. But he can't take the whole lot responsibly on himself. The senior players have got to stand up a little bit and give some support in Test match cricket. One-day cricket, 2020 cricket, the game flows pretty quickly. Test match cricket, you've got to have your senior players helping out a little bit as well. So, I think it's not a bad thing for India to be in Australia playing Test cricket, hard cricket, for a couple of months before the World Cup. That should give them a good indicator about where they're at as far as going into the 50-over game, which finishes the summer off. But they'll be in Australia for Test match cricket, hard cricket before that tournament.
That was actually my next question. In the last session, Ajay was making this point that, by the time the 92 World Cup came along, India was already there against your team, lost 4-0. Yes, we could have won Sydney, we could have won, but that's history. We lost and then the team just unraveled. So is this actually a good itinerary for an Indian team to be in Australia for 2 months and then play the World Cup? Alan?
Yeah, well, when I think back to 92-3, we were one of the favoured sides in that World Cup. We'd played very good cricket leading up to that particular tournament, but I do think that our preparation was really hampered, and probably India the same as us. We basically finished, correct me if I'm wrong, Stephen, we finished the Test match in Perth, and then I reckon within a week, 10 days, we were at the opening ceremony playing a game against New Zealand in New Zealand, and we hadn't really targeted the World Cup specifically with our preparation. So we before we knew it, we were into the competition. We'd lost our first couple of games, and we were playing catch up. So our preparation was poor. So I'm not sure what the lead-in now is between the final Test match. I think we've got one-day cricket being played.
31st January, the one-day tri-series ends, and then the World Cup starts middle of February.
Yeah, so I think the preparation for India, and I think England are the other team, and the Australian side, they will have played some good, hard one-day cricket leading into the World Cup. So I think the preparation should be pretty good.
I'll sort of speak to you for 5-7 more minutes before I open it up. You know, World Cup for me and for, I think, large part of the cricket fraternity is about moments. You know, about winning those particular moments which define a competition. Vicky, to start with you, if we ask you what is your World Cup moment that you will never forget as a player, as a captain, what would you say? That one moment that defined a particular World Cup for you?
I think it'd be our semi-final in '99, the tied game in '99, and I actually think there were quite a few of our players running off the field that afternoon, not knowing what that actually meant. That tied game meant. You know, did that mean that we were going to progress to the final, or did it mean South Africa went through? I think a few of our players didn't really know, but what that meant from there, when we tied that game, we went into the '99 World Cup final and played, and Stephen, I know, said this, pretty much a perfect game in a final. And if you look back through the history of Australian teams in World Cups, we've found a way to just peak at the right time of all of those big tournaments. And we peaked in '99 in the final, and I think in 2003 we peaked with our performance in that final as well. So, but standout moments for me was the uncertainty, if you like, of most of our team running off the field at Edgbaston in '99.
You see, I don't know if the media is here, but that is a first. I mean, that is a news headline that the captain of the Australian team and one of the leading players say that after that tie with South Africa, they actually did not know if they had made the final. So when Alan Donald got run out, that explosion happened in Lance Klusener and Alan Donald's head. Damien Fleming and the others got that bails off. The Australians did not know what happened in that match. Steve, what did you do after that? When you actually got to know that because you'd beaten them earlier, had a superior run rate, you all were through, what did you do?
Look, Ricky was right. I was just so relieved we hadn't lost the game, and it was a great result. I remember getting in that huddle, and I think Michael Bevan was the one that said, we're through to the final. And I went, are we? So I didn't really know it was because we'd beat them in the previous game. So, yeah, look, for me it was just relief making it through. But back to your original question, I think the biggest moment for me in a World Cup was our first game in India back in 1987 against India and Madras, when, I don't know, I've never really asked Alan this question, whether I was an accidental last over bowler or he'd planned it that way, but I had the opportunity to bowl the last over, and Maninder Singh thankfully batted like a number 11 batsman and tried to smash me for 6 over mid-wicket, and I knocked out his leg stump with a Yorker. We won that game, and instantly we felt as if, hang on, if we beat India in the home conditions, we can actually win this World Cup. So it was just mentally we were so much stronger for that victory. So that was the defining moment, I think, for myself and the team in the '87 World Cup, that, hang on, we're good enough to actually win that. So maybe if I can ask AB, was I supposed to bowl that over, or did you mess up calculations?
Yes, you were the Iceman.
Oh, thank you.
I certainly wasn't going to bowl the last over, that's for sure. Just further on that particular game, because that's the defining moment for me as far as World Cup moments go. We had batted first. The first game of the tournament's always a crucial moment. We were the underdogs playing the host nation, and we were batting first. And there was a moment in that game, and I can't remember whether Stephen was batting or Dean Jones, but there was a ball hit towards the end of our innings and went over Ravi Shastri at long on. And the players' viewing area was just here, and the boundary rope was just there. So we had seen the ball just go over the boundary rope for 6. It was actually signalled 4. And our manager, a bloke called Alan Crompton, went up to see the match referee at the luncheon break. And luckily for us, I think it was Hanif Mohammed, had seen the incident and said, yes, look, I saw that. I'll add 2 more runs to your score. So we went from 268 to 270. And of course, Stephen talked about that last wicket. India made 269. So talk about luck or crucial moments, or just the gods being on your side. That particular moment for me, sort of defined it. So we won this game that we could have lost, and of course you build momentum and belief from there.
Ricky, before I open it up, did you actually know that Gilchrist was planning to have that table tennis ball in his gloves in the final of the 2007 World Cup?
No, it's a question I get asked all the time, and I still haven't got an answer for it because Adam Gilchrist and these guys know him pretty well as well, he's someone that just doesn't think much about his batting whatsoever. He was always very conscious of working on his wicket keeping. He always felt that his batting was just a bonus to himself and to the team. And yeah, so he just thought he'd try something extraordinary in a World Cup final. He hadn't tried it before. Just stuck the squash ball down in the inside of his bottom glove and went out to bat for the first time in a World Cup final. And yeah, as you say, 149 runs later and one of the all-time great one-day innings and certainly World Cup innings anyway. Here he is holding his hand up and showing the rest of us he had a squash ball in his glove. I didn't know about it. So as captain and the rest of the players, we had no idea what he was doing, but ended up being a masterstroke from Gilly.
On that note, we've still got 15 minutes. Questions? Comments? Yes, I see some hands there. Can we have a microphone to the gentleman there, please? Yes. Be pointed. We want as many questions as possible.
Hi, Ricky. Am I audible? Yeah. Just to taking your point that Indian bowling would be most crucial in down under, is that Indian bowlers lose the plot that where to pitch the ball when they go in a seaming wicket and they get carried away with the pace and bounce?
Got it. Anyone can take it. Ricky?
I don't know exactly why, but I think if you look back through history, the teams that have had success bowling in Australia are teams that have had tall, fast bowlers. The wickets in Australia, as Stephen said, have changed a bit over the years. They're probably not as fast, as bouncy as they used to be. Certainly Brisbane's not anywhere near like it used to be. As Stephen said, there's no test match in Perth. So the wickets that they're going to be playing on this year, they're going to need guys with a bit of height and a bit of pace and someone that can get some bounce out of those slower wickets than what they've been accustomed to in the past. So you look at England when they came, they had Tremlett and Finn and Anderson and Broad and these guys, big tall guys. South Africa always had Morne Morkel and Andre Nell and big tall guys as well that would run in and bang the ball into the pitch, and they're the sort of teams that have had the most success in Australia. So, as Alan brought up, Ishant could be a crucial part of that squad if he's fit. I know he's bowled some really good spells to me in Australia in the past in Test cricket, so if he's fit, he'll be a major key for India. But if they don't have someone like him, then I think the likelihood of them taking 20 Australian wickets in 4 consecutive Test matches might be a little bit too hard for them.
Questions? Yes, the gentleman there. Can we have the microphone? Yes.
Hello, I'm Faisal Kamal from the Press Trust of India. It's a pleasure just listening to you three guys, greats of Australian cricket. Alan, just wanted to ask you a question. Can you explain about attitude that you talked about? Is attitude sledging what Australia mean, or was attitude that Imran wore that tiger t-shirt in that toss against you in 1992? So I really want to know what attitude is from you guys.
Look, our attitude is we like to play a very positive, aggressive game. It's as simple as that. I don't make any apologies for that. That's the way we're brought up. Our domestic cricket is played hard but fair along those lines. There is a little bit of chat out in the field from time to time, and sometimes that goes over the top, but not as regularly as some of the media might have you think. But there's certainly it's our style of playing cricket. It's something we're brought up with, and it's very, very hard to change.
I will add to that question a bit and ask you, in the 92 tour, Sachin Tendulkar tells me that in one of the tour games, the early test matches, you were fielding at gully and he played the ball dropped right in front of him and he was about to pick it up and throw it. And you said, don't touch the ball. And that taught him how international cricket is played. And he said, that's the mentality, I played international cricket with for the rest of my career. So is that part of the Australian system, or did you bring that culture?
Oh, no, I don't think I brought it. I think it's been... No, look, I'm not responsible for that. Look, that goes back, I think historically we've always played a very, hard, in-your-face, aggressive form of the game. And I just carried on from what I learnt coming up through the ranks playing Sheffield Shield cricket. So, yeah, I'm not totally responsible for...
Steve, I'll before I take another question, the whole cult of the baggy green and that baggy green cap has to be attributed to you to a large extent. The pride in the baggy green. Now it's almost become mythical. Australian cricketers will keep that cap as part of, sort of history. What was it? Was it conscious? Did you actually feel that that baggy green cap was part of something extra special?
I think all three of us up here on the stage love the baggy green cap. It was... Yeah, it's just something that when you wear, you feel special. You're part of a pretty elite club. There's only 435 Australian players in history. It gives us a connection to the past. It gives us something to play towards the future. I think other teams notice it when you've got 11 baggy green caps out there. When you're batting, I think it's pretty intimidating to look around the field. I know when I walked out as a captain and I saw 10 other players walking behind me with a baggy green cap, all different shades of green depending on how long they played. I felt very proud of that. And I remember a journalist saying it looked like 11 prize fighters entering the ring. And that's exactly the way I wanted my team perceived when I was a captain, that if you're going to take on Australia, you're taking on 11 players. And if you picked on one, the other guys would come in behind and support that player. So, but it is something special. It's something we look up to. I feel proud of my baggy green cap. It's something I'll never give away. I wore the same one from my first test right the way through. But I guess it got more recognition the moment we said that I made the suggestion under Mark Taylor's leadership that why don't we wear it all together out in that first session. And since then it's probably got, it's grown in sort of status from that moment on. I know now that that you only get one baggy green cap, and if you want to get that replaced, you've got to sign a stat deck, which I think Ricky had to do when your cap wasn't wearable or you might have lost one. But in the past, you used to get cap after cap. These days, you get one, which I think is a great thing because it makes it very special. And I think logos, symbols, they mean something to a team. It means you belong to something. And I think the baggy green cap signifies that you belong to the Australian cricket side.
More questions? Yes, there's one hand there. And yes, I'll take yours and then I'll take yours. Yes, please.
First to Alan, in the opening game of the 1987 World Cup, I mean, 2 runs were added to the score because of a 6, which actually cost India the game. So can you take us through that? And to Steve, about the league match in the 1999 World Cup against West Indies, you and Bevan played through a slow phase of time. So take us through that as well.
I think you just mentioned that.
About that situation with the 6 being hit was just one of those lucky situations. I mean, I'm not sure whether it has happened before or since. It probably has, but that particular moment, going from 268 to 270 with India making 269, quite an incredible sort of story. And it just to start the campaign, I mean, if it's a World Cup final, it'd be extraordinary. It was only the first game, but from our point of view as a young, inexperienced team, to win that game was quite exceptional, and just we got a flow on of momentum because of that situation. So, yeah, quite incredible. Has it happened in memory? I don't know. In other games where they've changed a score.
It has. It has. I mean, runs have been added based on now with technology people can see better. But in '87, I don't think anything like that.
But it happens at the time, doesn't it? This was done
during the lunch and break.
Well, I don't know how many overs later. It was only in the last few overs. It was just during the lunch break. So quite a unique situation and a very lucky one.
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the game at Old Trafford, where for whatever reason, I can't remember exactly what happened, but if you buy one of my books, I think I wrote about it in one of my diaries, but it was something to do with the fact that points carried over from the first segment to the second segment and then to the semi-finals. And for whatever reason, if we had beaten the West Indies really quickly, it would have affected us going through to the next round. So what I would say there is that I was reacting to I guess, they were pretty silly rules that were put in place. And it was unnatural for us to play that way. I mean, I've always prided myself on playing aggressively, winning a game as quickly as possible. But if we did that on that day, it would have penalised us going forward. So yeah, look, it was within the rules. It was not exactly how we wanted to play, but the situation forced us to play that way.
Ravi, can we have a microphone?
Well, it's more a comment. We have captains from Australia, captain from West Indies. I'd like to take you back. There was a talk about that when the tie test took place at Madras, where I was also present, nobody knew. But let me take you back to the history in 59-60, when for the first time in the history of cricket, the tie test took place. Sir Wes Hall told me that Frank Worrell walked up to him, put his two hands on his shoulders, and said, "Wes, if you bowl a no ball, you will not be allowed to enter into Barbados. And when the last wicket fell, nobody knew what was the result, who was the victor, who was vanquished. That concept of tie test, cricket world came to know only from that famous test, which happened at Brisbane. This was just only a comment.
And then you were part of the 1986 tie test in Madras, and Vikram Raju never umpired after that. So anyway, one more question before I take final comments. Yes? Okay.
Hello? Yeah. This is from Boria, your point of view, when basically Dhoni takes a test captaincy beside one day and T20, is it that the red ball or a white ball differences that Indian players are not so comfortable, red ball is doing something across the day, or Indian bowlers are not that comfortable with the red balls, making it talk or something like that, so the Indians are not comfortable with that?
Red ball, white ball, Kookaburra? Indians not very comfortable? Do you think that's a point, Ricky?
No, I don't think it's anything to do with the colour of the ball. I just think, when India play their cricket in India, they rely on a couple of fast bowlers, they rely on a lot of spin. And Mahendra is then able to use his fields in a way where he doesn't give away many boundaries. He's happy to have guys on the boundary and give singles away. And waits till the ball starts to reverse swing, really, before he starts using his fast bowlers again. And with that attitude outside of India, you just can't win games. If you start letting opposition teams rotate the strike easily, waiting for something to happen with some spin variation out of the pitch, that doesn't happen in England, happens very rarely in Australia. Test cricket is in Australia and England anyway, is about building up a lot of pressure, bowling a lot of back-to-back overs that don't go for many runs, and as a batting group trying to put pressure back on the opposition bowlers to not allow them to do that. And I think if there's anything tactically that India might have to look at doing outside of India is, trying to unearth some real strike bowlers with their quicks. Someone that's, and Shami's probably been that for them the last few series, but they need more than one. As I said, the teams that have had success in Australia have had probably 3 strike bowling fast bowlers, a spinner that's been able to tie up an end, and probably an all-rounder to come in and take some of the pressure off at some stage. So I still think the challenge is going to be for India to pick an attack that's got enough pace, one's got enough height, that's going to be able to unsettle, Australian batsmen or English batsmen in their home conditions.
Last round of comments from all my speakers. You have emphasized the cult of the baggy green, the unity of that, all of you talked about in Australian cricket, which is so very essential for a team. We know what is going on in the world with, Kevin Peterson's book and dressing room and all of that. Would you have done that as an Australian? Would you actually talk after your career? Is this a culture of Australian cricket that you'll talk what happened in the dressing room and the team divide and the bullying and whatever? Is that good for cricket? Steve?
Look, Kevin has to sell some books. You don't sell books by making it nice and boring and nothing controversial. And he's always been a controversial cricketer anyway. You see what you're getting with Kevin Peterson. He was an outstanding player when he was at his best. He could win games for England that no one else could do. He scored some fantastic centuries. But I guess the issue in the last couple of years was that I think a player like that, he's what you call a high maintenance player. As a captain, you have low maintenance, high maintenance players in your team. He's always going to be high maintenance, but you can put up with those players if they give you something a little bit extra that other players don't. So he's probably got a 10-20% leeway because he's such a match winner. But then when you outstay your welcome and you're not scoring runs, then you start to divide the side. I think that's what happened in Australia. He was no longer probably in the top 10 batsmen in the world, so he couldn't do the things he'd previously done before. And, I think he was dropped pretty much on, part of it was attitude, but also part was form. So when he's writing this book now, I think, it'll blow over in a couple of months' time. There's probably part truth to that, but you see most of the players coming out and supporting the current captain and the previous captains over Kevin. So, you can pretty much read into that what you want.
More than that, Ricky, what he's talking about in the book, and I was reading it, is when he went to Australia, he got so much abuse. That's what is the question, that when sort of India travels down under from the crowd, the repeated whatever racist chants, whatever you want to call it, the mental disintegration that Steve at one point mentioned, or whatever it is, it's so tough on players that you crumble. So that's what Kevin is mentioning. Kevin is just one example. So is it Australia is in that sense different compared to other cricket playing countries?
No, I don't believe it's any different at all. I mean, it's not. I don't think it would be any more confronting for an Indian player to come and play in Australia than it would be for an Australian player to come and play in India. Maybe it's more confronting for us really to come to India and see the crowd and the noise and how much the game's loved over here. You know, who knows? Maybe it's harder for us. But look, you know, Kevin's voicing some opinions that apparently he'd actually shared with the captain, with the coach and all that right through his playing career as well. And a lot of the stuff that he's talking about, even as outsiders, we knew that it was going on. Like, it's not stuff that he's talking about in his book now has seemingly been going on forever, and it's been stuff that's been in the public forum before. So, and I've always felt, and I don't know, Stephen, when you played against him, but it just always felt that he never really fit into that England dressing room. It always seemed like he's a little bit on the outside, and once again, from speaking from an outsider's point of view, because that's what I was to an England cricket team, but you know, he was always the first one that was out fielding on the boundary, or he was a good, was a good fielder that was always fielding at fine leg, and never really seemed like he was a fully accepted member of that cricket team. And Stephen's exactly right. If he still had been playing at the level that he could play at right now, then there's no doubt that he'd still be the first picked player in that side. It's just the fact that, you know, things started to go as bad as they did in Australia. His form was probably, him as an individual player was probably past his absolute peak as a player, so they then felt that it was time to move on. But the other side of that, I think, by the sounds of things, it sounds like a lot of this stuff could have been handled better around the England team if they had some stronger leaders at different times around that group. And, you know, there was a lot made of Alistair Cook and his captaincy in Australia and how strong a character is he around the team and things like that. And I just think, and Stephen knows too well, I mean, Stephen had to cope with some of the biggest egos probably ever in world cricket in our Australian team, but because of the strong leadership that he had and we had around our team, we were able to keep all that stuff in line and in check. And it just seems like that the England team that Kevin Peterson's played in probably hasn't had strong enough guys to really pull him back into line early enough, quick enough.
Maybe I've run out of time. 30 seconds. Do you think India really has a chance in defending the title?
Oh, most definitely. They're one of the favoured sides. They've shown in recent times in one-day cricket, I mean, they're going to be a very, very difficult side to beat. So given its Australian conditions and the odd game in New Zealand, I think they can, definitely.
On that good note, I don't think we've had 3 Australian legends on the stage before in India. Can you please put your hands together for Ricky Ponting, Steve Waugh and Alan Border. Thank you very much.
Well, we've had 3 sumptuous sessions since the morning. Now it's time for some sumptuous meal. So please, I would request you to come for lunch, which is served just outside the hall. We meet again at 2:30.
Any winners from last time who didn't get the gift? झूठ मत बोलना. Anybody? Okay, so I'll start just second session with a quiz. Tell me who the cricketer is, and we've got 2 more gifts and I can give it to you. Are you ready? Are yaar. Are you ready? पीछे भेज रहे हो मेरे को. Are you ready? चलो, first one. I don't know if you know this cricketer. Raise your arm. Yes? No, Gautam Gambhir is like this. No, I will do that again. Here. प्राइज नहीं मिलेगा सर. Yes? Vinod Kamli is like this. Raise your hand. Yes? Come on, power of Delhi. अरे एशवेल प्रिंस कहां से याद आ गया तेरे? One more time. आना चाहिए बॉस, knowledgeable. Adam Gilchrist is the right answer. Huge round of applause. आ जाओ. क्या क्रिकेट देखते हो कि नहीं देखते? Come fast, you're a cricketer. Run fast. Come on, shabash. Here this is. Last one. थोड़ा किसने कहा Shane Warne? Shane Warne is the right answer. Huge round of applause. Well done. Shabash. Come on, you can clap better. Post-lunch session is important for batting. Come on. Well done. Here it is. Read the book also. The great Mohammad Azharuddin is here, so we'll imitate Azhar first. You know, with Azharuddin, you got a feeling that entire body was suffering from some kind of a movement. So Azhar came into bat, one of the finest guys who could flick any ball, even if the ball was bowled there, he could hit it towards this region. This is Mohammad Azharuddin. Give a huge round of applause for one of India's finest batsmen, Mohammad Azharuddin. You know, Azharuddin and Inzamam-ul Haq both did not like the media. And that's why whenever they asked him, no, he used to give the same answer because he knew इनको थोड़ा ज़्यादा बोलूँगा ना, तो ये लोग और सवाल पूछेंगे. Vikrant Gupta, correct? So Azharuddin, so Ravi Shastri used to go technical on Azharuddin. Azharuddin, it's important you tell us, how did you cope with today's match? Yeah, I mean, the voice played right pretty again, that's what important. So Azharuddin, it's important you tell us, Sehwag number 4, what exactly was your strategy? Yeah, I mean, the boys played right split again, that's what important. So he knew that इनको ऐसे बोल दिया ना तो ये ज़्यादा सवाल नहीं पूछेंगे. Same was Inzi. Inzamam was the slowest product created by God on planet Earth. But 10,000 runs, so you have to clap for Inzamam-ul Haq. They calculated that even his chewing gum speed was lower than normalcy. Here's Inzi. Bowler used to get so bored, he used to bowl slowly then. But in these interviews, used to be amazing, you know. So Ravi would go, Inzamam, it's a good wicket out here. What is your strategy? Allah Ta'ala ka shukr hai. Ladke kafi mehnat kar rahe, ladke disheart nahi hue. But Inzamam, are you are clapping? Well done, shabash. So Inzamam, the due factor will come into play. It's important that Razak comes up the order. Ladke kafi mehnat kar rahe, ladke disheart nahi hue. I used to love being in press conferences with Inzamam ul Haq. Journalists are waiting and asking Inzamam, he would be. Inzi bhai, क्या लगता है आपको पाकिस्तान की परफॉर्मेंस इतनी खराब क्यों है? मगर कुछ बताएंगे कि पाकिस्तान आगे 5 साल में कैसे क्रिकेट को चेंज करेगा? अब्दुल रज़ाक के बारे में क्या कहना चाहोगे इंजी भाई? कुछ करे तो बोलो ना. That was one of the finest press conference of Inzamam ul Haq. But you know, chewing gum is something that cricketers use all the time to communicate aggression. So I just met Punter and Ricky Ponting, and I told him that, you know, you should be there in that act, because every Australian uses chewing gum as an important device to communicate that they are the Aussies. So Steve Waugh was the more Clint Eastwood expression in the slips. Ricky Ponting was like the kettle, you know, if you're in the slips and you stand in a particular way, it is the kettle position, which is Ponting. You never shake hands with Ricky Ponting in the slips because he used to do this. But Michael Clarke used to give an impression that he is having the chewing gum for the first time in his life. But my favorite is none other than somebody who is going to come 10 minutes from now, Yuvraj Singh. Yuvraj Singh is a true blue Punjabis. I love Punjabis. Punjabis are naturally aggressive. Even if you touch them, 4 hormones will fall off. And UV knows the importance. UV is to the world cricket what Australians were to the world cricket. So when UV comes into bat, you get an impression he'll beat the bowler rather than the ball. Here's UV. Many times he doesn't have a chewing gum in his mouth. He's told me that ye sab thoda sa nautanki karni padti hai. But that's what Yuvraj Singh did to Indian cricket. He took it to the next level. Stuart Broad looked like Stuart Little by the end of the over. And I saw those 6 sixes. It was the most magnificent moment in Indian cricket. And you should, whoever's going to ask UV questions should make him take you through those emotions that happened when little bit happened between him and Flintoff. And then he went on to hit the most amazing sixes of all time. So huge round of applause for somebody who has led Indian cricket for such a long time. Another cricketer I love personally is Virender Sehwag. The last time he moved his feet, he was 2.5. But Virender Sehwag, by not moving his feet, has done more for Indian cricket than people moving their entire bodies. And Viru also doesn't like to be asked questions. So Shastri would go asking him technical questions. Sehwag, the ball was coming on to the bat, not much grass on it. Whatever little grass is basically dead grass rolled on to keep the wicket together. What was your strategy? ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है, ball बल्ले पे आ रही थी, मैंने मार दी बस. He is the most amazing cricketer that I have interviewed. And when you read my book, How Sachin Destroyed My Life, my first chapter after Sachin is on Viru, because Viru's interview is just unbelievable. And you know, sometimes I want to tell the Australians, don't sledge to Sehwag, because it doesn't matter. I remember Australian tour we were covering and Mitchell Johnson was running into Sehwag and he used to say something, Sehwag used to do this. At one point of time, I wanted to go to Johnson and tell him, don't sledge to Sehwag because the decision to hit the 6 has been taken a week before. It doesn't matter to Sehwag. But that's what Sehwag does to world cricket. And he brings a different level of confidence, which many other players do not do for their countries. Somebody said Jayasurya? Somebody said imitating Jayasurya? I heard from this side. Jayasurya touches every part of his body when he comes into bat. Here's Jayasurya. And this is something Arjuna Ranatunga, who's not here, told me that he does that, but the best impression that Ranatunga taught me was of Hashan Tilakaratne. This is Hashan. And I don't know what happens. Or 3 people clapped very well. As I said, that everybody has a Jennifer Lopez factor when they are batting. I told you Dada does this. Parthiv Patel is a semi-Jennifer Lopez. Ijaz Ahmed was the mother of Jennifer Lopez. Wasim bhai told me domestic cricket में इसको कैसे bowling करना है पता नहीं यार. विकेट तो नहीं दिखती है, पर आईसीसी ने ये नया रूल अप्रूव नहीं किया अभी. But one of the best stories about Inzi was, which Wasim Akram told me, which is very, very hilarious. Apparently, Sehwag was batting, and suddenly Inzi was at short third man. So Wasim bhai walked up to Inzi and said, Inzi, तू पीछे चले जा, सहवाग ऊपर से मारता है, तू पीछे चले जा. मैं नहीं जाऊंगा. अरे यार, मैं बता रहा हूँ, सहवाग ऊपर से मारता है, तू पीछे चले जा, मैं नहीं जाऊंगा. अरे कप्तान कौन है, मैं हूं या तू है, जा पीछे. नहीं नहीं, पीछे जाता हूं तो लोग आलू आलू चिल्लाते हैं. One of the most innocent characters in the game is Inzamam ul Haq. Unfortunately, I don't know whether he's coming for the session or not today, but this is something that you should ask him about, how he used to get irritated when going to the the third man, late third man position. We'll do two more questions, and then, one thing about the Aussies was the fact that Shane Warne did what he did. But one of my favorite spinners all time was Abdul Qadir. How many people remember Qadir? The problem with Qadir is that he spun more than the ball. Here's Abdul Qadir. I don't know why you would do that for a living, but one of the finest bowlers of our time was Abdul Qadir. So I'm going to imitate two spinners, and you have to tell me who the spinner is. Raise your arm and give me the answer. Is that okay? आंसर चिल्लाए तो मिलेगा नहीं प्राइज. Yes? Harbhajan Singh, huge round of applause. Come on, shabash. I don't know if you have a prize, but I'll remember and give you the prize. This, if you can get, you will be the greatest cricket observer ever in the history of mankind. आ ही नहीं सकता आपको ये. अजहर भाई? Shivlal Yadav is the right answer. Well done. Huge round of applause for Mohammad Azharuddin. Acha, who's this cricketer? Matthew Hayden is the right answer. Who said Matthew Hayden? Well done. Vikrant Gupta, huge round of applause for him. पीयूष चावला ने मेरे को एक बार कहा था कि ये मैथ्यू हेडन बहुत डेंजरस बंदा है. मैंने बोला क्यों? ये हाफ पे आके मारता है हमको. अच्छा, ये हाफ तक आए तो कोई अंपायर कुछ नहीं बोलता है, हम 1 इंच आगे चले नो बॉल दे देते हैं. Which was a very valid point. Last imitation. This is for the older generation. If you can guess this cricketer, and then we'll do one for the youngsters as well. नहीं, आपको आएगा ही नहीं है सर. ये क्लाइव लॉयड को आ सकता है. वेरी क्लोज वेन डैनियल, बट यस. Malcolm Marshall was like this. खेले सर, आप खेले हो उसको. Same. Patrick Patterson is the right answer. Boria Majumdar, huge round of applause. It's a difficult one, but Sachin Tendulkar actually told me the fastest ball sometimes amongst the West Indian lot was bowled by Patrick Patterson. And now for the youngsters. Rohit Sharma is the right answer. Huge round of applause. Come on, come on. Shabash. Aapka naam kya hai? Well done, Shahid. Come on. Huge round of applause for Shahid. I'll be back again. Time for the next session. Vikram Sate signing off. Thank you very, very much. Not paid me extra, but said 5 minutes more. Chalo, we'll do a quiz only, couple of questions. Acha, you want anybody from the audience who can come and do an imitation and we'll all guess? Yes, come fast. Come on, you can clap, yeah. You can clap for all the volunteers. Who can you imitate? Mohammad Kaif or Katrina Kaif? Come fast. Come on, Shabash. Be ready. I'm going to ask the next guy also.
I think I did it when I was in my college, and I think all of the youngsters out here, we've been taking a lot of part in extracurricular activities, don't we? So there was a competition which took place, and they said, on the spot mimicry you could do, so I could actually ended up being an RJ at that point in time. So my name is Ankush Mahindru, and I'm currently employed in real estate industry, but I've played a lot of cricket during my schooling and college days as well. Tomorrow is also my match, and 5 o'clock I'm going to be in the field. But before that, for the benefit of everyone, here's a little RJ that I could remember probably a decade ago that I did. So this is the RJ's room, and I've got Sachin Tendulkar in here, I've got Michael Holding, and I've got Indy. So this is the conference, and the RJ is going one-on-one with every candidate and every cricketer out here. Started with Sachin. Sachin, what do you think? You know, Pakistan is always on top of their bowling. Wasim Bhai is doing exceedingly well. What do you think? Haila, boost is the secret of my energy. I'll go ahead and rock that. Don't worry. All right, that's perfect. Now, then comes the legendary Michael Holding. Before even the RJ could say something, and the Holding was like, well, absolutely, don't you worry about it. West Indies is going to blunder and punder out everybody in the bat. You don't know Clive Lloyd, what is he capable about.
Thank you very much. Huge round of applause. I must tell you, taking from Michael Holding, he made one of the biggest mistakes while on commentary. Adam Gilchrist was batting, and suddenly Adam Gilchrist hooked one shot. Adam Gilchrist is a very good player. He's like the West Indians of 75, 76. All were a bunch of great hookers. Adam Gilchrist is a great hooker as well, and he's giving people their money's worth. And I'm saying, what is wrong with Mikey Holding? But another great guy who used to do a nice take on Saurav Ganguly, because he knew that if he praised Saurav Ganguly, his job in the commentary box would be very good. And I'm talking of Jeffrey Boycott. Now, Boycott was somebody who was not liked by cricketers across the world. Dennis Lilly said about Jeffrey Boycott that he was the only person who has fallen in love with himself at a young age and has remained faithful ever since. But every time Ganguly came into bat, I'll tell you, Prince of Calcutta, every time I meet him in the lobby, I'll tell him, pitch it up. If you got to be a butt bowler, you got to pitch it up. It means nothing. But that's Jeffrey Boycott. One more imitation. Come on, anybody? Anyone? Or shall I do one imitation for the earlier generation who's now talking about the World Cup 83 squad? Tell me who this cricketer is. Mohinder Amarnath is the right answer. Huge round of applause. Who said Mohinder Amarnath? Well done. Somebody said Shiv Narayan Chandrapal. Who said Chandrapal? You said? I'll tell you something about Chandrapal. Chandrapal bats on another wicket and the bowler bowls on another wicket. And he comes like this. First of all, I think he was a carpenter at birth, or whatever. Sometimes I get a feeling that he'll one day be given LBW by the leg umpire. That's what Chandrapal is. Anybody else? Come on. Anybody you want me to imitate? Kapil Dev. Kapil Dev, any poster of Kapil Dev you take is always like this. He told me probably मैं पैदा भी ऐसे ही हुआ. But that is Kapil Paji, always. Oh, there's the great Ajay Jadeja. Huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Yeah. Ajay Jadeja, I've always told him that he's like an air hostess. Because whenever you see Jadeja, he's smiling. One of the best point fielders and cover fielders, one of the best fielders that India has ever seen, but you spot him, the camera spots Jadeja, he's always smiling. Here's Jadeja. And then there was Azharuddin. Thank you very much. Once again, huge round of applause for all the cricketers. And now the next session starts.
Thank you, Vikram. Now it's the story of a winner, not just on the field, but off it. But before we have Yuvraj Singh with us, we'll show you what Yuvraj and his charity, UV Can, have been doing. ever since that World Cup victory.
सफर शुरू है तो संग है रास्ते, कदम कदम पे जंग सी ये जिंदगी मिले। हो मुश्किलों के दौर में सब कुछ फरेबी, सफर पे कोई तेरा ना हो तू खुद को थाम ले। होगा देखे ये हमसे लेकर हम उम्मीदें जोड़ेंगे, ना रुकेंगे ना थमेंगे, जी जाएगा जो करे हम जहाँ में रंग फिर नया भरे, जी करके जी को ले इससे ज्यादा मांगे और क्या।
नमस्ते नमस्ते नमस्कार। बालों की प्रॉब्लम कोई बात नहीं, आपके ऐसे बाल आएंगे ऐसे बाल आएंगे कभी जाएंगे नहीं, आपके 100 साल तक बाल नहीं जाएंगे।
2 बजे तक रात को मैं नहीं बचूंगा, मैं नहीं बचूंगा।
कोई बात नहीं, मैं इसलिए आया हूँ इनका नेगेटिव एटीट्यूड पॉजिटिव में कर दूँ। आज के बाद ही आप सिर्फ पॉजिटिव बात ही करेंगे आप।
पक्का
होगा देखे ये हमसे लेकर हम उम्मीदें जोड़ेंगे, ना रुकेंगे ना थमेंगे, जी जाएगा जो करे हम जहाँ में रंग फिर नया भरे, जी करके जी ज्यादा मांगे और क्या.
A big round of applause for You We Can. Now, we've given a lot of titles to this man. We call him the Six Sixes man, borrowed from Saurav Ganguly, the Prince of Punjab, the Warrior Prince. But perhaps the title that sits best on Yuvraj Singh is Man of the Tournament, World Cup 2011. 362 runs and 15 wickets, 1 century, 4 half centuries, a record 4 Man of the Match awards, an unparalleled of sorts performance in an Indian World Cup victory. Please welcome the eternal heartthrob of Indian cricket, Yuvraj Singh. You be welcome. We are here to discuss the story of the 2011 World Cup, and why that story is so important is because it wasn't just fought on the field, but also off the playing field. I want to start right at the beginning. You were feeling unwell. You were coughing profusely, having problems breathing, even before the World Cup, even as you were entering the World Cup. And of course, just to tell everyone here, there was enormous pressure on this team, enormous pressure on Yuvi. You know, whether he's going to play, whether he's going to make the team, all of that, and you were coughing blood. What was that like? Where were you? What was the moment when you first saw blood when you coughed?
Well, coming back to your question, thank you for the grand entry, I would say. Coming back to your question, I think, as you said, you know, playing for India there's always pressure. Thanks to you guys. And yeah, I mean, there was a time where I was coughing blood, and I knew there was something wrong. But you know, I put my team in front and my country in front to make sure that I do the best in the situation because the World Cup was coming, and this was just before a World Cup camp when I had my first issue in South Africa. And I just ignored the symptoms and kept on playing. I was struggling with my breathing, and I just carried on playing. I thought, you know, it's a very important time for Indian cricket because you're playing the World Cup at home. So I think those are the things which made me ignore my health and just tried and concentrate on the game.
You've confessed that you're a bit of a nervous starter. You feel anxious and you have nerves before a match. And why didn't you look at the signs more carefully? Is it because you're an athlete and you sometimes feel, oh, nothing can go wrong with us, you know, we're strong people, no matter what happens, we can take it on and it's not too much?
Yeah, I suppose when you're an athlete and you train and you eat well all the time, you tend to think that you know nothing's going to happen to you because you're an athlete. But eventually you understand it can happen to anyone, and you tend to ignore these things and try and concentrate on your game, and which is not the right thing to do. I would say I would not. Now, yeah, I would not advise that to anyone. Health is more important than anything, but I think it was just that time where you just tend to ignore these kind of things, and you know, that's what you want.
So even as you were going through all of these symptoms, you're preparing for perhaps the most important tournament that a cricketer prepares for. It's a World Cup. One of our guest speakers just before was saying, perhaps you'll play one World Cup in your life. You know, that's the kind of importance of a World Cup. Every cricketer looks forward to it. And you paid no attention to your health. How did you enter the World Cup in that state of mind? With the pressure on you, with your health not truly 100%, did you feel you would be making the impact that you did eventually?
Well, I mean, before a year before the World Cup, I was having a lot of injuries actually. I had 3 to 4 fractures. I had a broken wrist. I had a broken neck. So I was having a lot of issues, but I just kept on working hard. Kept on believing in myself, and I think that's the thing which got me through. I mean, before the World Cup also, I wasn't scoring too many runs. I was picking a few wickets, but I knew that it's just a matter of one innings, which is going to change, your confidence and your performance, and that's what actually happened.
And that innings came against England when you batted first in the World Cup, your first 50. You've said that that kind of changed everything for you, isn't it? That innings of a half century against England, and it felt like from there, you never looked back, despite the fact that you were going through whatever you were going through, as far as your health is concerned.
Well, there were health issues, but I didn't know they could be this bad. And as you said that, yes, I scored 59 against England, but that was just the start. And I think scoring 3 back-to-back 50s in the World Cup and picking up a few wickets gave me that momentum to carry on in the last 4 as well.
So is it really about you as a person as well that, you're the life of the party? As I said, you're the eternal heartthrob of Indian cricket. No matter what UV does, there is a dhol around him and, there are fans around him. And you see the light side of everything. Was that why you didn't pay too much attention to what was happening to you? Why was it that you didn't feel that coughing blood was serious enough?
Coughing blood was serious enough.
Why did you take it seriously?
I just choose to ignore it because I feel that you're here to do a job, and your job is to play cricket, and that's your first priority. And the biggest tournament, the biggest thing of your life is in front of you. The World Cup. How many players get to play? As you said, 1 World Cup. Here I am playing my 3rd World Cup, and you're playing it in India. So think about that concern to your health. You would definitely try and concentrate on the game. And fortunately, unfortunately, that's what I choose to do.
And then you took the field against West Indies, where you scored your century and vomited multiple times on the field. Can you describe that innings for us? Yes, you're an athlete. And yes, you're here to do a job, and yes, you won that World Cup. All of that is fine. But how do you fight to win a match, score runs, take wickets, and you're vomiting on the pitch?
Yeah, well, we were playing in Chennai. It was really hot as well. And I thought I was dehydrated. That's the reason I was coughing and throwing up. But definitely, as we know now, there were other reasons. But it's just that that was my 3rd World Cup. I did not have a century in a World Cup. Last 2 World Cups I've been batting at number 6, so you don't really get much opportunities to get a score 100. And here, I think Viru rested that game, and I had opportunity to bat number 4. So I thought, I just got to hang in there and just try and bat till the end, not let this opportunity go when you're batting well.
What was going through your mind? Even if at that point you didn't feel that, okay, maybe something's wrong with me? Maybe my body is telling me that this is not right?
Yeah, as a sportsman, you tend to grow up with these things. When your body is giving up, your mind doesn't give up, because your mind, I always feel, is stronger than your body. And if your mind is there, I'm sure the body will follow. Yes, eventually the body will crack, but the mind won't.
I was, of course, your book is, details what everything you went through, and you barely slept through the World Cup, isn't that right? You had trouble sleeping throughout the World Cup.
Still do.
And before the final match, you had to resort to sleeping pills. You slept like a baby, but before that you made a pact with God. And you still feel it's that pact which was a sort of a penance that you paid for what you asked. You asked for the World Cup.
Well, it wasn't, I don't know what to say. I remember having sleeping issues, and I was having neck issues, and I told my physio, I said, my body is in a bad shape, but all I want is the World Cup tomorrow. I don't care what happens, like India has to win the World Cup. It's been like 10, 11 years playing. It's the third World Cup, lost in the final. I said, I don't care if God takes my life. I just want the World Cup. So it was just a saying. It was just a desperation to win the World Cup. because, as a young cricketer, when you're growing up, you see all the great players around the world winning World Cups for their country. And for the next 4 years, they're stated as world champions. And being a world champion, I can't really say what that means. That is, I think that's the highest honor, for a cricketer or for a sportsman to be. So, being the world champion that's what I really wanted to achieve that the next day.
A lot of us do this. We say in our own internal conversations, I just want this, and then whatever happens, I don't care. God, just, let this work out, and then I'll do whatever it takes. And you literally said, and you feel that afterwards you've said as well that you went back to that moment when you just discovered that you had cancer, and this could be potentially fatal, life endangering. You went back to that moment. You felt it was, connected to what you asked for, and in a way have to pay for it now.
Well, I don't know what I'm paying, for. But all I know that, I have no regrets. Over the years, I've realized it can happen to anyone. And I'm glad that I went through it and I pushed myself, because if I didn't, I wouldn't be sitting here next to you. So I'm lucky that I survived. I didn't have much time when I went to America, but I think everything fell in place. Yes, I missed out the best years of cricket in my life. If I would say last 2-3 years in recovering my body, but for the cause of the World Cup, I don't mind giving these years away.
We were talking about that match with the West Indies where he struck a century, and I believe you spoke to your manager and said, India is winning the cup. I'm going to score these many runs. I'm going to get these many wickets. Where does that Yuvraj Singh bravado and confidence come from?
His manager is lying. He's sitting in front of me, talking nonsense.
A few people have told me this.
What I actually said was that, I'm going to win a game for India, and I can feel it, and I'm going to win a very important game for India. That's what I just said. It was just the confidence. It was no overconfidence. I was not trying to show off. So, and that's what I said. So, yeah, that's what I said.
This World Cup was that moment where, as an athlete, you were in that zone. Despite everything that was happening to you off the field, you felt very confident. It was a culmination of your talent, your potential, the stage, the moment, and then the execution of it all, because it's a dream tournament for anyone to have, as many runs, wickets, man of the match and 4 awards, everything was perfect for you, isn't it? And you wanted it so badly. As you said, being a world champion meant everything to you.
Yeah, definitely. When you lost the World Cup final and then the next World Cup, you don't qualify for the second round. And here you are, on the brink of reaching the quarterfinals and semi-finals and important games. You don't want to let that moment go, because as a sportsman, as a cricketer, these kind of moments that make you. These are the moments which you live for. And to live in that moment, if the life had to go, it had to go. I have no regrets in taking my decisions at that time, and I will still stick to them still.
So if the same thing happened, you would still do everything the same? You would still ignore the symptoms? You would still go on and play and not change anything in the story?
No, I wouldn't. I would still stick to playing the World Cup no matter what condition I was in.
This tournament is like, would you say it was the best and the worst of your life all happening at the same time? The best on the field, India's winning the World Cup, it's at home, and at the end of it, at the same time, perhaps the rudest shock that life can give you.
Yeah, I guess, when you're winning the World Cup was the biggest high. It's like you're standing on the tallest mountain of the world and suddenly you fall down in a ditch. So it was the biggest high and the biggest low. I can't really explain it, but at least, there was some motivation to come back from it. And, that's life, I guess. Things can happen, things can change for anyone at any time, and it's a hard pill to accept, but you got to be thankful to Almighty that you're living again and you're breathing nicely. So yeah, that's as I said, it's a hard one to swallow, but you got to be positive in life and move forward.
How long did it take for you to realize what was happening to you and for all of it to sink in? As you said, as an athlete, sometimes you feel like nothing can touch you. When did you finally feel that, okay, this is what is happening, I have cancer, and you kind of get in touch with your mortality, if I may say so?
I think when I was playing the IPL after the World Cup, condition got worse, and I went for my checkup. And after my X-ray, the doctor said, "You got to check this seriously." And when I went for my scan, the report said, "You might have cancer, you might not." So when the doctor said might not, so I just guessed might not. I still started playing after that. I played a couple of series. So I became worse, and then I had to go for my further checkups where I got properly diagnosed. And I was still running away from it. But Dr. Nitesh Rahotki, he works for Max, he sat me down, made me understand. And he says the doctors are actually not lying. You actually have cancer, and you got to accept it. You can't run away from it anymore. So yeah, putting things in perspective, I guess I just had to accept it, and I had to go for my treatment. I had to survive. So I was on my way, wanted to go to Australia and play, but the doctors, BCCI wouldn't allow me to go. So they said, except I think not Australia, maybe go somewhere else, get treated, and let's see what happens.
Would you say you were maybe in some sense somewhere at the back of your mind running away from it, as you said? Because your doctor actually had to sit you down and say, okay, you have to take this seriously now. You have to get this treated. Actually,
they sat me down a lot of times. First few times I was just not accepting it. I was trying everything else, but it's a hard one to accept, as I said. As a sportsman, you don't want to accept these things happening to you. As a normal person, I'm sure a lot of people who've been diagnosed with cancer and a lot of other diseases don't really accept this is happening to them. So, it's unacceptable, but eventually, you understand and you be with it, and you just say that, okay, now it's happened, and I don't have a choice now.
So did it change everything for you? Did it change everything, accepting that, okay, this is what it is now, this is where my life is now, and you don't know how it could turn out?
Well, yeah, I mean, eventually you thought that, okay, life is over or cricket is over. The first thought was, is my career is over? That was the first disappointment. I don't know. Is my life over? I don't know. I have to go and see. So these are kind of questions you go through. You break a lot as a person. Your family, friends are there. Your mom was there, but it was me who had to fight it out. It was the toughest battle. So I just forgot about everything, and I was concentrating on my health. I used to watch a lot of videos of me while I had no hair on my head. And I remember Anil Kumble once, coming to see me, and I was watching the laptop, and he just put the laptop down. He said, "No more watching cricket. Just concentrate on your health. Just get back." And that's what you need to do at the moment.
Can you tell us what the toughest moment was? I know that some of the treatments were very tough physically. There was one treatment where you described it as, a hot iron rod being inserted into your chest, right? Can you describe what the toughest moments for you were, both physically and emotionally?
Well, there were a few. When you're going through a biopsy test, it's hard when the needle's going to your chest. Then there's chemo, which makes you weaker and weaker, and the injections. So the whole journey was quite tough. I'm sure it's tough for all the people who are going through it. But I think I had the best support with my friends, with my mother over there, and the wishes of my country. So I think these are the reasons, the will to survive in tough conditions as a sportsman really helped. Reading Lance Armstrong book really helped how he came out of it. So I think there was a lot of motivation around to come back.
You mentioned you weren't willing to accept it, and there was this feeling that okay, this can't be happening. I want to be on the field. I don't want to be in the hospital. Did you feel at any time that I've just had this World Cup? It's been the high of my life. Why is this happening to me now? Fate is conspiring to keep you off the field when you could have had, as you said, 2-3 of your most brilliant years, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you have those thoughts running around your mind, but as I said, you got to put them aside eventually and concentrate on your health. And I was not trying to think about my game, but I didn't try and think, the more thoughts would come to my mind about my game. I would watch my innings and get happy about it, but it's as I said, it was a very hard one to swallow. I just had no other choice but to be strong and go through it and keep everything aside. There were times when I could not, get up and go for a walk where the doctors advised me to go for a walk. And I see a lot of people, running on the park. It was a bit disappointing not to do that. In between, I remember going to the gym, trying to pick up some weights. I couldn't pick up any weights and I had to come back. So yeah, I used to play table tennis, struggled to do that after a while. So, but I kept myself positive.
You hear this a lot from athletes that they hate losing. But I'll just describe an incident which perhaps epitomizes this for UV. You mentioned playing table tennis. And I know this instance of, just finishing chemo or just after your treatment, you used to play table tennis matches with your friend. And a best of 3 changed into a best of 5. A best of 5 changed into a best of 10. But you wouldn't let go till you won that table tennis match, even a friendly match, because even after chemo, your mental attitude is, I can't lose.
Well, that's a sportsman's instinct. You don't want to lose. I remember losing the first 3 games because I was completely rusty, and I remember beating him in the next 3 games. So I was happy to do that, and I was struggling for the next few days, but I was happy with the win.
How did you keep this UV, there, the fun UV, while you were, going through such intensive treatment and everything?
Well, I've always been myself, always been the way I am, fun-loving and smiling, positive, happy with my friends, family. So I didn't want to lose myself. I heard a lot of stories, people going through cancer, lost themselves. So that's one thing I didn't want to do, lose myself. Whether I come back and play or whether I survive or not, I just thought that, I just got to be myself and be fun-loving and just being me.
I'm going to ask for a few questions from the audience, but before that, I want to come back to the World Cup for you. And just that moment where you went down on the ground and cried, the whole team cried. That victory was absolutely immense for the entire team. But for you, that moment on the field, crying, knowing that you won the World Cup.
Yeah, probably the best moment of my life, winning the World Cup. I remember Dhoni hitting that 6 and I just know what to do. So it was something which will remain forever in my heart and I will always cherish that moment. It's really very hard for me to explain what it meant to us winning that World Cup.
All right, on that note, Yuvraj is going to be on the stage once again a little bit later. We're going to let you go for now. Thanks a lot for sharing your story, and of course, the audience will get a chance to speak to the champion once again in just a little bit. Yuvraj,
Thank you, Shivani. We're delayed by a couple of minutes, so I would like to start the next session, India and Australia, and for that I would call on stage Boria Majumdar, Consulting Editor Sports for India Today Group.
It's an absolute pleasure to do this session with 2 legends. Between them, how many? 20,000 plus test runs, 40 years of international cricket, many, many records, two of the greatest captains to have graced the cricket field. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sunil Gavaskar and Steve Waugh. Two of my personal favorites, I'm sure favorites of all of you and billions of people around the world. It's an absolute pleasure to have these two people on stage to talk about India and Australia. Sunny bhai, to start with you, when you sort of played and then subsequently commentated, toured Australia, how did things change? I mean, was it the experience the same when you started as a cricketer and now? Was Australia alien and then sort of became closer with things like the IPL, etc.?
Well, you're talking about a long time ago, because you must remember that my first visit to Australia as a cricketer was not with the Indian team, but I was part of the rest of the world team in 1971. So that itself was a tremendous experience, probably the most enjoyable cricketing tour that I've had. There was a subsequent tour in 1977-78, which again was extremely enjoyable, not just because of the cricket that we played, but because of the team spirit that was there. And so my trips to Australia have been always memorable.
And more recently, I mean, when you all sort of, that Bobby Simpson's tour in 77-78, when India won 2 test matches, we could have even won the series. More recently, do you think Australia has sort of become closer to home in that sense with technology and with all these advancements?
Certainly has. I think it's true of the entire cricketing world. With technology, I think the fact that you can actually stay up late and watch a match in the West Indies and then get up early again if you want to and watch a match in New Zealand and in Australia. So I think that is fantastic for a cricket lover. He gets to see, if he wants, 24 hours of cricket. If he wants to, during this season, this part of the year, when there are matches in New Zealand, there are matches in Australia, there are matches in India, there are matches in the West Indies, England, and then in the West Indies as well. So yes, I think for a cricket lover, I think it's fantastic the way technology has gone, the way it has helped youngsters all over the world to be able to see their favorite players, favorite teams play. It's been fantastic.
Steve, if you ask the same question of you, when your first tour of India, did the experience change over time? Did the crowd love you more, love you less, give you more banter? How did it all happen?
Definitely. I mean, the first tour I had was the 1986 Thai Test tour, and I played against Sonny and down at Chennai, which is one of the most amazing games I've ever played in. In fact, I think Sonny got 90 on the last day in that famous chase. But for us, it was a totally different experience to play in such oppressive conditions. I mean, it was probably the hottest, most uncomfortable test match I'd ever played. It was 40 degrees every day. Humidity was 95%. So as soon as you walked out in the field, you were just covered in sweat. It was just, the heat was stifling. The crowds were like nothing I'd ever seen before. They were very patriotic and very loud and noisy, and you just couldn't hear yourself think and concentrate. So it was such a big change for us. The conditions were very different. It was obviously a turning track, not much grass in the outfield. It was like playing in another place that we'd never even imagined before. So it was very challenging, and for us it was a real learning experience. And to get away in that first testing and have a tie in Madras was one of the great results for Australian cricket. That's one of the probably most forgotten test matches in history. It was a great test match, but it's very rarely talked about. There's not a lot of footage about it, but for us, a huge learning experience. And then I guess 2001 was my last trip here, and it was completely different. I mean, the crowds were still enormous. I remember playing at Eden Gardens. We had 5 days of 90,000 people, which was, and I call that the Lords of the Subcontinent, Eden Gardens. It's an amazing place to play when there's a lot of people, and I was lucky enough to get a century there, and I consider that one of the highlights of my career, to get a century there. Magnificent outfield, like carpet, an amazing crowd who just love their cricket. So yeah, that has changed. I mean, obviously it's a lot easier for modern players to tour India. The hotels are incredible. Facilities are first class. They're recognised almost as stars, celebrities when they come over here. So for Australian cricketers coming into India, it's almost like the pinnacle tour now.
I'll ask you one more question before I come to Sunny Bhai again. Actually, there is a 1-hour film on that Tide test, so you might want to watch that. It's a really good film on that Tide test.
I would, except I misfielded the ball in the last over, which nearly gave India the win, so maybe I don't want to watch it.
I was going to bring that up, but I thought I'll bring that up a little bit.
Bad bounce, mate. I was just about to pick up. Got a bad
bounce.
bounce.
That actually allowed India to get to the
348 chase.
I played my part in history, yeah.
2001, you mentioned that 100, 252 for 7, you get that 100, 445, the Australian total. India 128 for 8 at the end of day 2. Did you ever think you'd lose?
And do you want me to fill you in on the rest of the game? I'm sure you do, but no, look, we had won 16 test matches in a row, and which obviously meant we bowled the opposition out 32 times in a row. We bowled India out cheaply in the first innings, and obviously 33 times in a row we bowled the opposition out. We'd beaten India 4-0 coming from Australia, so we were on a run. Got to the second innings, we had Sachin out, we had 3 wickets out, and we're still way in front until that amazing partnership by VVS Laxman and Rahul Dravid, which is still probably the best batting I've ever seen, particularly Laxman. I mean, he was a different player against Australia. I watched him play, you watch him on the TV playing against other countries, you think this guy's a good player. When he played against Australia, he was a phenomenal player. We just couldn't find a way to get him out, and that 281 in Calcutta is one of the great test innings of all time. So I take my hat off to India for winning that test match. We thought we had the game wrapped up after day 2 or day 3, but that's the great thing about test match cricket. You're not sure what's going to happen, and those two guys turned that game round, turned the series round. And I have no regrets about this series. I think it's still one of the best test series I've ever played in. Even though we lost, we gave it everything. We hadn't won in India for a long time, but I think we paved the way with our attitude for future sides to play well in India.
So anyway, this whole culture about you getting 100, a batsman getting 100 in Australia is almost like coming of age. England and Australia, you get the recognition from around the world. How difficult is it? I mean, is it about attitude? Is it more about skill, technique? What is it? What takes to get 100 in Australia?
I think it's a combination of all. First and foremost, I think what you need is temperament. I've always believed that temperament is what separates the men from the boys. Technically, you could be very good, you could be the best in the business, but if you don't have the temperament, you'll never be able to go on from what, 20, 30 to get to 100 or a big 100. And quite clearly, I think the conditions are different. The conditions are different from what you play in India, what you've grown up with, and therefore the attacks are different. The speed, the bounce, and often the turn, the deviation of the pitch, vastly different than what you're used to in India. So quite clearly you get hundreds over there, you feel a sense of satisfaction more than when you get it home.
You know, taking you back to 81 when you lost your cool and whatever happens, I'll ask Steve the same question. Is it sort of tough in terms of sledging? Is it tough in terms of the banter that goes out? Is it the ultimate test for a cricketer playing in Australia?
Well, to be perfectly honest, during the time that I played cricket, there was very little of sledging. In fact, I mean, there was a bit of banter, a bit of questions like, you know, I mean, which side of the bed did you get up from, or what did you have for breakfast, that kind of thing. But there was nothing personal. The only time it sort of got a bit personal was my last trip to Australia in 86.
Yeah.
86, yeah. There was just one instance when it got personal. Then maybe in Sharjah, again against Australia a few months later. But apart from that, there's been hardly any any sledging that I have encountered, or the rest of the team from the Australians. So I think that particular tag that the Australians had at that particular stage, as the ugly Australians, was really not the correct one. It wasn't a deserved one. And just to come back to the fact that I lost my cool. I lost my cool because I was, it wasn't the decision. Because that wasn't the first time I was given out LBW when I nicked the ball. It wasn't the last time, but I was going off the field, going off the ground, and it was just the fact that I was given a send-off by the Australians with a few chosen words, which can't be repeated, is the reason I lost my cool. But otherwise, I've not had any issues with Australians as far.
Mental disintegration, mental interrogation, sledging. Look, it's the way we're brought up in Australia. I had 4 brothers playing in the backyard of Western Suburbs of Sydney. That's the way we, I guess it's our nature, it's our culture, it's the way we play sport. It's always a bit of talk. And I always think that Test cricket is a tough game. It tests you mentally, technically, physically, socially and emotionally. So there's lots of different ways it tests you out. And, I think sometimes it gets misinterpreted. There are times when people cross the line and it does look ugly for the game, and that's certainly not what you want to see. But I always believe in the Australian cricket side. It was 11 of us talking amongst ourselves. Sometimes we may be making some commentary on the batsman or the opposition player, but in general it's about keeping our spirits up because it's a long day. We try to encourage each other. So I guess it's an interpretation. I mean, every country I played against had players in the opposition who were willing to have a chat and talk. So I don't think it was exclusive to Australia. There was certainly a lot of talk. I know Harbhajan was quite comfortable saying a few words out in the middle, as was Wasm and Wacker for Pakistan, amongst other people. So, and we never thought it was a problem. So it is a problem when it crosses the line and becomes personal, but I'd like to think that we kept it within the spirit on most occasions.
You know, we keep talking about the chin music and all of that stuff in India when you go to Australia, how difficult it is to play the short ball. Someone like you, perhaps not the natural player of the short ball, but with guts, determination, character, you've overcome that. I mean, so is it about technique, is it about skill, or is it more about passion and the intensity and the determination?
Look, at the end of the day, I mean, if anyone saw me playing junior cricket, I was the most extravagant stroke maker ever. I mean, I'd hook and I'd play a million shots and often scored hundreds in schoolboy cricket off 30 or 40 balls. And I played the same way when I first came into first-class cricket, and I all of a sudden had the tag of being the next Doug Walters. And I thought, that's the way I've got to play. So my first couple of years of Test cricket, I didn't really know my own game. I was playing to other people's expectations, getting these magnificent 20s and 30s, but watching other people bat for the rest of the day. All of a sudden I decided, hang on, I actually want to bat out in the middle, so try and work out my way. So happened at the same time, and Sonny could recognise this fact, that the West Indies had not only 4 great quicks, but they had about 10 or 15 waiting. And I watched our sides play against the West Indies. I played on the tail end of their great 20-year dominance, and I saw a lot of people get hit by the quick bowlers. I saw a lot of people get caught at fine leg, and when I first started playing against Ambrose, Marshall, Bishop and these guys, I'm thinking hook shot is not a great, it's not a great percentage shot. That's why I put it away. And all of a sudden I started scoring runs, and I thought, well, okay, I don't need to play the hook shot to score runs. Batting in the middle order was more about, other things I had to bring into my game. So it wasn't really planned, it just happened. And all of a sudden I thought, I don't need it, and I became really disciplined. I was scoring runs. I thought, I'll stick to it. But at the end of the day, I could play a hook shot as good as anyone. I just sort of put it away and thought, I probably don't need it.
Sonny, like that 85 victory, what not many of us recognize is, in the final, Pakistan was 176 for 9. Except that match, India actually got all opposition, all out, right through the tournament. Shivaramakrishnan and Ravi Shastri were revelations. I mean, spinners don't get so many wickets. Talk about that experience as a captain after that 84 controversy, etc.
Well, don't forget that Kapil used to give us the breakthroughs earlier on as well. So while Kapil got the wickets, the first couple of wickets, then later on when it came to the middle overs, it was Ravi Shastri and Shivaramakrishnan who bowled so well. The fact that we played on full boundaries as opposed to what we see now when the boundaries have been brought in made a huge difference, because it was difficult to hit the spinners for sixes. The guys were getting caught at long on, long off, or deep mid-wicket when they went for the big hits. And both these bowlers bowled quite superbly. We also had an outstanding fielding unit at that time, comparable to what we have today. Kapil himself, there was Azhar, there was Roger Binney, Madan Lal, you name it. We didn't have to hide anybody. We didn't have to hide anybody, and anybody, if anybody had to be hidden, who could bat. So many batsmen who could come in and bowl a few overs. Gave the captain a lot of flexibility, gave me a lot of flexibility to rotate the bowlers, and that helped.
I asked you this question more keeping in mind the forthcoming World Cup, that victory with 7 teams, the mini World Cup in Australia. As captain, what does it take when you sort of lead a team down under? That, what is the kind of self-belief, what is the kind of thought that you have to sort of get into your boys, that we can do it despite the conditions being alien?
Well, basically you've got to believe in your team. I think the most important thing is to believe in the rest of the lads. If the rest of the lads, you know that he can do it, and you try and, speak to him, maybe on a one-on-one before the game starts, or before the tour starts, or the early days of the tour, before you actually start playing the matches, one-on-ones with your teammates, telling him how important he is going to be to the team's success. I think that makes a big difference. I thought, taking somebody like a Shivram Krishnan out for a meal, Maninder Singh, he wasn't there in that team, but Maninder Singh, Shivram Krishnan, Chetan Sharma, taking them out for a meal at the start, before they actually went on to play for India. They had just been selected for India, and they were going on a tour, so everything was new to them. They'd never been overseas, perhaps, so explaining, some of the do's and don'ts, explaining what it means to be pulling that India cap on. I think that's part of a captain's job.
Does it happen now?
I'm not too sure. I'm not in the dressing room, so I wouldn't know. But I think that is part of the captain's job, not just to go out in the middle, toss, and then come back and say we are batting, bowling, and then do that. I think the captain's job involves a lot of off-field stuff. And I think the off-field stuff is very important. I think Steve will probably, agree with me. Steve's been instrumental to a great extent in the Australians having a different outlook towards touring the subcontinent, because he's made them realize that, look, you're going to be in the country for about 2 months, 3 months. You've got to go out, meet the people. You've got to try and absorb the culture. You might not embrace the culture, but you've got to absorb the culture, try and understand the culture. And I think that helps you. And I think that's what happened with the 1985 team.
Steve, does a lot of social work, charity work in Calcutta. He's sort of, done a lot of work for Uday and the charity foundation. I know, coming from the city, how much he's adored as an icon. Did it actually was it planned that you embrace the culture, you love the people, love the food, love everything of this country, rather than sort of saying, oh, I'll come here for 2 months, play cricket and go away?
Yeah, look, we needed to change our attitude, that's for sure. I know the first trip I went on to India in '86, and we didn't have a great attitude, and then we subsequently went to Pakistan and Sri Lanka, but it was all a bit of a siege mentality. We expected things to go against us. We heard all these so-called terrible stories before, and they were going to happen to us. And as soon as one thing goes wrong, when you've got that siege mentality, it gets magnified in your mind, you exaggerate things, and all of a sudden you're homesick, you want to go home, you don't want to play. So I looked up to people that started off, like Mike Whitney, who was a real go-getter. He'd go out and he'd meet the people and he'd do backpacking around the world, and he just wanted to see the places. And the great thing about cricket is it takes you to so many countries that you would never have otherwise gone to, different cultures, different way of life. And I just wanted to get out and experience what was going on, to meet the people, to take some photos, to write about it. And I think when you get to know the people and you realise that, sure, you go to India, but they're not much different to really Australians. They love their country, they love supporting their team. And when you recognise that fact, I think when you're playing in front of someone like, once you've graduated and proved yourself in front of Australian crowds, they'll love you forever. And you saw the adulation quickly.
I know what you're talking about. Davey Warner told me last year that after that Joe Root punch incident, he was given a horrible time in Australia fielding at the boundary. Then once he started scoring during the Ashes, everything changed for him. He said, I started enjoying the crowd, and it was a different experience. Yeah. But you just mentioned that if you perform in Australia, the whole thing becomes different. So from that standpoint, when we say Indian captaincy, Sourav Ganguly 2003-4, 2001 series, and Mahendra Singh Dhoni 2011, will I be correct if I say that as a test captain, if I ask an Australian cricketer, former captain, Sourav will be regarded with more respect as a test match captain compared to a Dhoni?
Well, I think that might depend on the series coming up. Look, Australians, as a team, a home team, if a couple of years ago the team lost the Ashes in Australia, and it appeared as if we didn't fight in certain situations. We surrendered pretty meekly on the 4th and 5th day, and the Australian crowd hated that, and all of a sudden the team had a very low perception. So in Australia, whatever happens, we respect the fight. So if India come to Australia and they go down on the 5th day fighting as hard as they can, then Australians will love the Indian cricket team. Whereas England last year, in the last couple of tests, just rolled over, and it wasn't even a contest. And the crowd just disrespected England because they didn't fight hard enough. So whatever happens, if India come to Australia this time and lose, or if they win, whatever, as long as they fight as hard as they can for their country, as long as they can, and stay in the game as much as they can, then Australians will embrace them and enjoy the tour. So it's really up to India this time to almost, I guess, prove themselves. They've had a pretty ordinary run in Test cricket over the last couple of tours. I'm not saying because they've lost, but it's the way they've lost. They've gone down pretty quickly and without too much of a fight. So I think that'll be the big test for India and this Australian series. If it doesn't go right, are they willing to fight hard in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th test to get back into the series?
Is it about test cricket more in Australia? I mean, the culture of test match cricket, that you get more respect, more adulation, that if you do really sort of the 5-day grind?
I think all over the world, it's recognized that if you do well in Test cricket, you're a good cricketer. I mean, Test performances are remembered, many years down the road. You could have an outstanding one-day performance and it's probably remembered for a couple of years, but not for a long, long time. There are rare one-day performances which are remembered, for a long, long time. Rare bowling spells or innings, say couples 175. These are things that are remembered for a long, long time. But generally, it is how you do at the Test level. So it's not just about Australia. It's, I think, just everywhere, even in India.
I'll speak for 5 more minutes with these two legends before I open it up. So please think of your questions and be direct to each of them. You don't get the chance to interact with legends like these on a daily basis. Sunny Bhai, when we have never won a Test series in Australia, even today after, 82 years of international cricket, came close in 2003-04. Steve saved that retirement Test match. What does it take for a team? We had the lead, Adelaide 1-0, but then we lost in Melbourne. Something happened to Virendra Sehwag, 195, getting out to Stuart McGill. What does it take to win a Test series down under?
Well, firstly, I think you need bowlers who can take 20 wickets. And India has very seldom had the bowlers for Australian conditions who will be able to take 20 wickets for 2 or 3 Test matches. 20 wickets for 1 Test match, maybe. One out of 4 Test matches, maybe. But consistently taking over a period of 3 or 4 Test matches, I think India has never really had that kind of an attack. And I think unless India finds that kind of a mix of attack, they'll struggle.
If you lose a Test match abroad, in a country like Australia, or a second Test match, does it start to weigh on your mind, especially if you've not won too many Test matches overseas, and then it just starts to all sort of fall away? What happened to India in England?
Well, it shouldn't. And I definitely agree with Sunny there too, that India need bowlers that can take 20 wickets. They also need to, I guess, stop the really bad sessions. You can lose some sessions in Australia, but if you capitulate and lose 6 or 7 wickets or go for 180 runs in a session, the Test match can get taken away from you. So you've got to be prepared not to win every session, but if you lose a session, don't lose it badly. So you've got to somehow stem the blood flow. So they've got to recognise that and hang in the game and turn it around. So Australia is very good at jumping on top of the opposition when they sense a bit of weakness, or they seize the moment pretty well. So India have got to hang in there. But look, if you lose the first Test, you should see that as a challenge. I mean, we always prided ourselves on if we were playing well, that meant we were going to keep the crowd really quiet. So we love the fact if we were playing well overseas and the crowd was dead quiet, that meant we were on top and playing well. So we saw that as a challenge. You've got to stick together as a unit, because at the end of the day, it's the touring score of 20 or 25 versus 25 million in Australia. When we come to India, it's 25 versus 1.2 billion. So you've got to stay strong as a unit. If you break up and splinter and have these little groups, and I think a couple of times in Australia, there's been the perception that the Indian side have fallen apart and there's 2 or 3 groups have developed within the group, and once you do that, you're absolutely no chance. So you've got to stay rock solid, believe in yourself, and hang in there during the tough times.
Especially the tough times. Steve mentions the tough times. I mean, do characters make a difference? People like Harbhajan Singh, feisty, tough, gutsy. Do characters like that make a difference?
It certainly does, because you need somebody to actually show you the way. Now, as long as it's a way that keeps you on the field, keeps you fighting on the field, giving it your best, that is important. And Harbhajan was one of those who always gave it 100%, wasn't prepared to take a backward step. So yes, I think you need players who will be out there and who will give it everything every single moment of the time they've got the India cap on. I think that is the most important thing. Concentration is not just only for batsmen. Concentration is also there for the bowlers. Concentration is also there for the fielders. The moment there's a lapse in concentration while you're fielding, whether it's bowling or fielding, you allow the opposition to get in. I mean, the example has been Alistair Cook's escape when he was 12 or 13, immediately after the win at Lord's. I mean, that was purely due to a lapse in concentration. You could see just the over or two before, there was a lot of sort of joking going on in the slips. So it wasn't as if they were really focused. Maybe, I mean, these kind of catches, even if you're 100% focused, you can still drop catches. But, that was it. So concentration to me is so important. And if you have that concentration, you're more likely to do well than otherwise.
I'll ask you this before I open it up, Steve. We keep saying that, spinners will not come into the party in Australia. Finger spinners find it difficult, for sure. But in Australia, spinners have, Shane Warne, Stuart McGill have picked a bag full of wickets. Yes, the Sydney track was different before it was changed in 2011. But, does it take extra skill on the part of spinners to be able to do well in Australia? Or is it also a mental thing?
I think it's concentration. I think you sometimes got to disregard the past. It may just be for whatever reason. It mightn't be a realistic reason. Matty Hayden on the 2001 series over here swept everything, and he sort of threw the rule book out a bit, and just that was all he did. He swept no matter what length or line, and he got 520 runs in 3 tests. So sometimes you just got to find a way yourself and forget about what's happened in the past. Just work it out for yourself. If everybody keeps saying finger spinners don't do well, and you start to believe it, then you're not going to do well. So I would see that from a finger spinner's point of view as a real challenge. To say, okay, I'm going to break the mould here. There's no reason why I can't get wickets in Australia. There's still 22 yards along the pitch. You're playing against the same opposition. It's like saying that, in soccer there's home ground advantage. I don't think there is. The pitch is the same, so why is there an advantage? It's all in your head. So if you can clear your mind and think, okay, I'm going to have a great Australian tour, then why can't you do that? There's no reason why finger spinners can't be successful in Australia if they stick to a plan, work together as a bowling unit, but most importantly, and I think this will often determines the outcome of test matches, whoever is the best fielding side generally wins the test match.
Questions? I see a hand there, I see a hand there. A gentleman there, can I have a microphone there, please? Then to the gentleman there. Yeah, it's in the black shirt, yeah. Ravi, I'll get the others before I come to you. Yes.
Done really well in the recently concluded ICC events such as the World Cup and the ICC Champions Trophy, which was held in England, where we had a very relatively inexperienced side. So do you think such victories would give India an added belief and hence approach the trip down under in 2015 with a more positive attitude than they've done in the past, just because they know what winning is and they have the winning attitude? The current team looks to have the winning attitude.
Sunny, I want to take that, or Steve?
Yeah, look, there's no doubt that that's true. If you've won a World Cup, which India has, they've won a lot of trophies under MS Dhoni. I think I said before in the last session that he has a bit of a Midas touch, particularly in one-day cricket. He sort of senses when to be aggressive, when to pull back, and he wins the big games, and he often plays very well himself in big games. So, yeah, they were going with enormous confidence. I think this is the most open World Cup for the last 20 years. I think there's 6 or 7 teams could win in Australia quite easily, depending on who gets some momentum at the right time. I think World Cups are not necessarily about who plays well in the first and second games, but if they build the momentum up slowly like we did in 1999, we were certainly far from the best side in the first 3 games. But in the end, we were by far the best team. We just gathered momentum and started believing. So, yeah, I think it's very open, this World Cup, and India have got as good a chance as probably anyone. Australia, I think, will be favourites when we go into the tournament, but it's very open.
Steve has just given us our second headline of the day. The first session he gave us about Dhoni, this one the most open World Cup in the last 20 years. So good for the media. Yes, the gentleman there before I come to Kunal. No, to you, sir. Then I'll come to you later. The person next. Yeah.
This is for Sunny Bhai. Over the last 4 or 5 years, we have noticed that when India goes outside, whether to England, South Africa or Australia, they get badly thrashed as far as test match is concerned. They do fairly well in the ODIs. And it's a similar thing when the foreign teams, Australia and England, when they come to India or South Africa, they find it extremely difficult under the Indian playing conditions. So, it's becoming, test match cricket is becoming very predictable. So we go there, we get decimated 4-0, they come here, it's the same thing. Don't you think it's time that as far as the size of the boundaries are concerned, right, something to do, see, for instance, if an Australian team comes and you make them play in Chennai in October, they are already, they walk in the field and within a couple of hours they are exhausted. Whereas the Indians, they cope very well with those conditions. And we go there, we go to New Zealand or something, or, it's breezy, it's England, we're wearing sweaters and everything. So there's a huge difference. I know it adds to the diversity
question,
of
please.
The question is, standardized playing conditions. Isn't it time that we should do that? That's question number 1.
Please, I'll take more questions. So,
okay.
Anyway.
You're talking about standardized playing conditions. The playing conditions are standardized
in any case, they are. I mean, the conditions if you're talking about, clearly the weather conditions are going to be a factor. And if you're talking about the Chennai heat, if you've been to Brisbane or if you've been to Adelaide, you'll realize that it can be extremely hot over there as well. There are days when it is extremely, extremely hot. But yes, I think it's a question of how you begin a tour. If you begin a tour well, then you tend to sort of generally do well, unless there's a sense of complacency that creeps in somewhere, and players think that, look, they've done enough for the first couple of games, so the rest of the tour doesn't matter. I think one of the problems that the Indian team faces is the fact that not a lot of its players who get into the Indian Test team play a lot of first-class cricket, and which means they're not really used to, say, for bowlers, for example, they're not used to bowling 20, 25 overs in a day. They play a lot of one-day cricket. They don't, and because of the contractual conditions for all the countries, not just India, they hardly play any domestic cricket, and that puts a strain when they actually get on to play for their countries, because one, the expectations are that much higher, the pressures are that much more, and you're simply not used to bowling 15, 20 overs in a day. So that takes a toll of you, maybe not for the first test, maybe not for the second test, but if it's a long tour, like the fifth, by the time you come to the middle of the third test, you can actually see a quick bowler, for example, getting just that little bit exhausted. So I think talking about standardized playing conditions is one thing, and I understand where you're coming from. But eventually I think it's how touring teams begin. If they begin the tour well, they generally go on to finish the tour well.
We started late, so I've got to finish off in the next 2-3 minutes. So Kunal, we've got Azhar there, so I'd leave the last word to Azhar. So Azhar will ask the question of Steve. That will be the last question of the session. Kunal, please.
For all the talk about, cricket being a team sport and team spirit being important, it's also unique in the way that, when you're standing at the crease, it almost gets transformed into an individual sport because you're alone at the crease, you have to score runs. As players, both of you, who have been regarded as the best batsmen in the world in your particular times, for various periods. Was that ever important to you, the tag of being the best? Did you ever think that your reputation was on the line when you were going out to bat? And did you play with other players in your times who were doing things with the bat that you thought, I can't do, why are they saying I'm the best? He's even better than me. Did you ever feel that?
Yeah, look, in my time, there were rankings came in. I think Coopers and Lyra when they first started. And when you're not doing well, you don't recognise the rankings. You say they're a waste of time and they don't matter. When you become a number one, you go, these rankings are not too bad. They're worthwhile. I like them. So, look, it is nice to be recognised officially as the world's best batsman because, look, growing up in the backyard of the western suburbs of Sydney, where I came from, I'd be listening to the radio on the back veranda with Alan McGilvray commentating test matches between Australia and England, dreaming one day I might play for Australia, never sure I could make it, and then one day to play for Australia, and then all of a sudden be the best batsman in the world. You sit down and think, geez, that's nice. That's a nice thing to have and a nice thing to achieve. But yeah, look, there were certainly other players that you look at and you go, geez, those guys are amazing. For instance, in Australia, Michael Bevan. I haven't seen any player could play the shots he could play. He was probably the most. He could have done a lot better in Test matches. I think he only played 15 Tests. He should have played 100 Tests. He was an amazing talent that invented shots in the nets, and you saw the way he played one-day cricket. He could have been as good at Test cricket, but he almost strove too much for perfection. He tried to perfect his game all the time rather than being satisfied with what he had. So I think sometimes you've got to say, okay, I'm going well, I don't need to change my game too much. Sometimes players tinker with it in that search for perfection, then they find a fault. So you've got to be satisfied sometimes with what you got, but there's always other players that play shots and you go, geez, I wish I could play the shot like a Brian Lara could just all of a sudden have the extra gear, could tear you apart, and as a captain he could embarrass you because you'd move the fields, and wherever you move the fields and from, then he'd hit the ball to that gap and make you look stupid. And, Tendulkar at his peak, where he got back-to-back 140s against us in Sharjah, I couldn't imagine Bradman playing any better than he played in those two innings. So you always enjoy those type of players when they're scoring runs. You don't necessarily like what you're seeing on the scoreboard, but you're seeing the artistry in action, and you go, geez, this is fantastic.
Yeah, I think quite clearly over a period of time you realize that the team depends on you to get the runs, to get the bulk of the runs. But at the same time, you won't be able to get those runs unless you have a partner at the other end. So you've got to try and look after your partner as well. He could be a better player than you, technically or talent-wise, but may not be just going through the best patch of his life, and therefore he might be struggling a bit. So I think that's where team spirit comes in. That's where you try and take a bowler that he's probably not fancying. I'll give you an example of 1980-81 when we had that turnaround in Australia in the Melbourne Test. The first time I got some runs in that series, and what was happening was I wasn't able to pick Bruce Yardley as he released the ball, and because he had that little sort of action, so I was sort of playing, jabbing at the ball before the ball had arrived. And so I went up to Chetan Chauhan, who was my partner, and I said to Chetan, do you think you can take more of him, and I'll take Lenny Pascoe?